Space Brothers, Battle Marines. Welcome to Dawn of War. It's a brand new game on the channel, and I'm looking forward to it. Also, right now, I'm noticing a couple things. So one thing I notice is that if I Alt-Tab, this game likes to freeze. So if you ever see it freeze like that, that's why. Now, that's not the game actually freezing, so let me rephrase it. The capture kind of freezes, but... So if you ever see that, don't be alarmed. Unless, like, you hear me, like, freaking out, or, like, it crashes or some shit. Like, you know, most of the time it's probably just me checking something on my second monitor. So, just putting that out there. I think other games I've streamed haven't had that specific issue. This one does have that, I've noticed. Well, issue in quotation marks. It's not really a problem. Okay, just checking the thing over here. But yeah, just want to make you aware for people who are watching this later, especially if you're watching this like on YouTube and stuff, where like there isn't this like direct feedback. But also, if there's like other hitching that happens right now, that could be because Windows is a little bit frustrating, and they decided to do a little shadow update, like right when I wanted to go live. And like I wanted to delay a little bit because sometimes it just takes a few minutes, but like it was like 10 minutes and it was still like not really getting anywhere. And I'm like, you know what, Dawn of War is an old enough game, it's not that heavy enough on resources, I'm probably gonna be fine. So hopefully everything's looking fine. I'm looking over at my encoder, things are looking fine, so maybe I was just freaking out over nothing. So
if you've ever freaked out over no tech issues, go ahead and hit that follow button.
Hey Rez, how's it going?
I had a post-meal nap.
You had a post-meal nap. Okay. Pretty short for your naps, because you know, like I said in your interview with Theft, you tend to sleep like a bear. So.
How appropriate, because I had a good meal, and then I had like a 20-minute nap.
Yeah. But yeah, just explaining a couple of issues that could happen with regards to like how things look. But I'm hoping things overall look good in this game. You know, it's new game on the channel. Sometimes like you don't know problems until you're there.
And these old games can break pretty easily.
Well, yeah. But the only two things I've noticed so far is that one, the Windows update, that's like shadow update that's happening right now, could cause issues. That would cause issues like almost no matter what game it would be. But it would only, it's stupid. It's infuriating. I gave it some time, but it was like 10 minutes. I'm like, okay, I'm fucking done with this. I'm not waiting anymore. Also, it's an old enough game. It doesn't need that many resources, so it's probably fine.
You try praying to God.
Maybe. And then also, when I like do something on my second monitor, so like if I click off like this, you know, it'll kind of freeze its frame there. That's not, you know, that's not the game dying necessarily. That's just me looking at
saving.
Yeah. So, you know, more just to say, like, especially for any like VOD watchers, like, don't be alarmed at that.
Fear not. Be not afraid.
Yeah. But yeah, anyways, so if you're not familiar with this game, like for example, maybe if you're coming here from my Zelda streams, which like, man, this is gonna be a stark difference from Wind Waker, which is like extremely wholesome. And this is like not that at all. This is the opposite of wholesome.
This what are you talking about? Have you seen how faithful the Battle Brothers are?
True. You know what? They're you have a point there. The camaraderie is pretty wholesome in its own fucked up way. And if you're here from my Warcraft 3 streams, like maybe you were watching those, this is another RTS. I think this one came out in 2004, so like about the same time period as Warcraft 3. For me, in terms of like how it kind of feels like technology-wise in between like Brood War and Warcraft 3. Like I think Warcraft 3 is just better made, but it's also made by Blizzard, a bigger studio at the time.
It was made by good Blizzard.
Yeah, it was made by good Blizzard, you know, which would be like early 2000s Blizzard, and also a Blizzard that had like money now. So like Warcraft 3 was very well made RTS for its time. So even though this is later, I do think this is like to me it feels less polished, but that doesn't mean it's not a good game. It's a really good game.
And so many memes.
Oh yeah,
There's
yeah. So if you're here because you're from the Warhammer 40k community, I'm sure you might be excited to see all the memes. Though I think more of the memes are in Soulstorm. This is the like straight up classic Dawn of War that I'm starting with. Because like the whole like Space Marines, Battle Brothers. That's
brothers. Battle Marines.
yeah, that's Commander Boreal from Soulstorm. But here we do have the Blood Ravens here, as they are like the main like Space Marine faction in all the Dawn of War games. But here,
created for the games.
yes, yeah, specifically created for the games. And you know what? I think this game, like, so I'm going to be doing the campaign, and we're I think this campaign is very good, and I think it does a very good job of like kind of like showing off the Space Marines and doing and showing off like some of the different factions of the 40k universe, and exploring the kind of craziness that happens. Because this is one of the strengths of this game. This is why this is a beloved game in the Warhammer 40,000 community. It's one of the games that actually gets the 40k setting right. Other games of note in that kind of vein are like space, like a Warhammer's 40k Space Marine, which is like a third-person shooter. It's pretty fun. There's Space Hulk, Deathwing,
Space
which
Hulk definitely nails that fucking environment. Like the devs of that game, they know environment art. Holy shit.
yeah, and oh, I feel like I'm forgetting a couple others that are like really well known. Um, but yeah, but point being that this is one of those games that gets this setting done very well. And
Hopefully soon Darktide will be among that list.
Yeah, hopefully Darktide will be among that list from the developers of Warhammer The End Times Vermintide, and Vermintide 2, which I've done on the stream with Rez here. But yeah, this game was basically my introduction to the 40k universe. Like I kind of, because like Rez here was into 40k before I was. My uncle, who's like that, like I was like able to talk about a bunch of nerd shit with. He was into the 40k universe long before I was. Probably before I was even born, he was into the 40k universe because he's been a nerd since forever. But yeah, like so, like I kind of like have heard some phrases. Like I knew like the phrase like "blood for the blood god," and I thought that was just kind of fun. But I didn't really know a whole lot about the 40k universe going in. Like I knew they had like these Space Marines, and like there were orcs that had guns, and they were in space, and there were like crazy. There was like a bunch of crazy shit, but I didn't really know a whole lot. And so this game ended up being a great introduction to a lot of those things. So I'm very excited to share it on stream. So any like VOD watchers or whatever coming by, checking this out, like I hope you stick around. And anyone who comes by during the stream, hey, awesome. But yeah, let's just go ahead and get to it. Let's show off why I like this campaign so much.
Smash cut to a black title card a la what was it, Sunny Philadelphia. Why he hates this game.
No, that's Winter Assault.
That's Winter Assault.
And before the Imperial Guard fans crucify me.
The IG are so much more popular than the Space Marines. Why does Games Workshop keep promoting Space Marines and not like doing more guard stuff? Like if you're shafting the guard noticeably,
yeah, I do.
How much they're standing Space Marines.
Yeah, no, the Space Marine standing from Games Workshop is kind of cringe. Like, and here's the thing: I say this as someone who does actually think Space Marines are cool, but like, They're not that cool.
I think they're cool, but the poster boys are the boring chapter.
Yeah, well, yeah, that too. And it's like there's also, because this is what to me is so appealing about the 40K setting, and we'll get into this as we get into like Dark Crusade and Soulstorm. There's so many factions. There's so many, and they're all like very different, very like diverse, and all completely insane. um, so yeah, it does kind of suck how much of a bias towards Space Marines there is, but there's still things to appreciate. But let's go ahead and start. Or okay, you say your thing, and then I'll start.
Like on the thing of the diversity thing is like, come on, Games Workshop. One of the biggest draws of Guardsmen, you immediately shaft in the new codexes. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Like everyone loved their fucking diverse Guardsmen regiments. Everybody loved them.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, move on.
All right, so let's go ahead and start with this campaign. Planet Fall.
This action is supported by the Codex Astartes. And I wish I could turn up your screen without hearing me and you twice.
Yeah.
Brave is not like that.
Yeah.
Was that Orc just gangsta firing his shooter?
I don't know, but you can clip it to find out.
I'm lazy. I'm busy mining copper. I have to atone for my sins during the collab shooting.
You will fight or you will die.
Deep Strike. That's what that maneuver is called.
Iron Rain.
Also called just landing on your fucking enemies.
I am Captain Gabriel Angelos of the Blood Raven's 3rd Company. Status.
My lord,
You call this
forgive
maneuver
me. We
Iron
have done
Rain.
all we can to stop the orcs,
Steel Rain, I think,
but
but
we
yeah.
have failed.
Steel Rain,
My
Iron
men's
Rain.
lives are
There's a little bit of
You
carbon
stood
difference.
your ground in the face of the Emperor's foes. You've done your duty. If your men have failed you, I will leave their judgment in your hands.
Thank you, my lord.
I am not here for your thanks. This port must be held if we are to maintain troops and
Yeah, I'm
supply
getting
lines to
Iron
the
Rain
planet's
because
surface.
because
That
of
is
the
why
EDF
we are
title.
here. Now,
Yeah.
what of the wounded and the civilians?
Stranded. We have few ships.
Then you shall have more. All Blood Raven flights execute Protocol 23 and initiate civilian evacuation. We will dispatch the ground forces.
Yes, my lord.
Ground forces, my lord. But the orcs have retreated.
You must know your enemy to defeat them, Colonel. Orcs only retreat to regroup. They will keep coming until you or they are dead.
God, I love the voice acting in this game. It's so good.
Brothers!
Like,
Let us
beyond the memes, it's just
destroy
really
this
good.
alien filth.
Yeah, well, in this game in particular, I think does a really good job because, like, the voice actor for Gabriel Angelos, holy shit, he's good.
Mm-hmm.
He's so good. But like, even like the units, like the Space Marines and like tons of units are just so good.
Hippity hoppity, we're the Blood Ravens, and we already stole your property.
Yeah.
Beware. What a glorious day for a battle. As the stronghold, our frontline battle headquarters is currently being assembled. We should proceed with caution until it is finished. Praise the Emperor. We must start capturing strategic points. These 3 closest strategic points will do for now. Let us capture them first, and then move on to the others.
I think my minimap might be slightly off.
Splendid. The stronghold is
I don't know, it
complete.
looks normal.
We must now set about
Because like
establishing
there's
a proper
the border is
frontline
just
base.
a touch off from where it's actually supposed to be.
There's probably a mod for that.
Yeah, I haven't looked into any mods, but I know there's definitely mods that like are designed to like just basically modernize the game and make it better. But like I just haven't bothered.
Chapel barracks.
Modern
That
machines.
will allow us to call down
Yeah.
more Space Marine squads.
The feeling of old games is real.
Yeah. So yeah. So to anyone who may not know what's going on in this game right now, this planet is under attack from the orcs, and we are the Blood Ravens, a sub-faction of Space Marines, and we are basically here to like save this planet. Yeah, we're here to fight off the orcs and stuff, and like, you know, we saw some Imperial Guard over here. They're like kind of like the militia force.
Now you can build some more Space Marine squads.
They're like the militia force of the.
They're the garrisons who were here before we were.
Yeah, yeah, but they're not like, you know, the local like scrappy people. Like they're
not the PDF.
They're like a full-blown military, but like they're just planet side. They don't go expanding too much. They're very much focused on their own planet or the system of planets. So like a single, but usually they're just like very localized in comparison to, like, you know, the whole galaxy.
I mean, basically this, the Space Marines are the special forces who are extremely mobile and really easily deployed because of the small numbers and yada yada yada. Insert reasonings here.
Yeah.
Guardsmen are like the actual army. You know how much effort it takes to move a fucking army?
Yeah, so it's like we're SEAL Team 6, you know? That's what it's like.
We can use when we build squads and equipment. It is time to hunt down the source of these orcs.
The Imperial Guard are the hammer.
Within the walls of
Space
this
Marines are
Imperial
the scalpel.
facility.
Yeah.
Look on alert, brothers. Orc camp. The enemy must be nearby. A break in the spaceport's defensive wall.
And then there's the
They must have
orcs.
blasted their way in. We must destroy this.
Yeah. The orcs are fun. Yeah, they're fun because they're like they're basically the only people who have fun because they just love a good fight.
They're the only ones in the entire setting having any fun.
Yeah.
By my command. Attack.
Well, except for maybe the Slittishy cults, but that's against TOS. So.
We will crush the enemy.
Well, yeah, we can't. I mean, well, the games don't depict that, so we'll be fine.
It will be fine. No Slaanesh here.
Our prayers have been answered.
Remember that they're doing gaming-specific things for, what was it, Total War Warhammer 3?
Yeah.
I mean, Korn is the poster boy for the trailers, but what about the other demons? What about my smelly boys and my nerds?
I don't know. Let's see, did I get more Space Marines?
The point is now protected from an orc retaliation.
I thought I got
We
more
should
Space Marines
continue to
out,
build
or
listening
do I
posts
not
on
have the
all
supply?
captured
I might
points.
actually be a supply gap. I can't tell because the text is blocking it. Yeah, we basically are.
Beware the
So, and what was it? What was the button for? Was it period for? Yeah. So, okay, it's period for idle workers, which is such a weird hotkey for it, but whatever, it works.
On alert. Excellent. The armory is operational. The Space Marine squads can now upgrade their standard bolters to flamers and heavy bolters. By my command, attack!
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, so like this area is under attack from the orcs. We're here to help. But something you should know about our faction. So the humans. Gotta be real anxious. I need to explain more.
The Blood Ravens are kleptomaniacs.
Space Marines, advance!
So the Imperium of Man is basically a faction of like religious space Catholic Nazis in their own way. Because they're hyper religious because they worship their emperor, literally. Because their emperor is also like sort of a god, sort of.
I'm not a god.
Space Marines, advance!
Like he's not actually, but he's basically like a man that like became so powerful he might as well be a god.
Attack!
This is peak. This is peak human performance. You may not like it, but this is what it looks like. Or is whatever that meme was. I don't know. Big E may call himself not a god, but I don't know. If a big giant golden man with overwhelming psychic power came down from on high, I'd be very much considered calling that person a god.
Yeah. Here. Let's see. Let's do that, and then let's just have this one be like. So one thing I kind of like about the Space Marines in this game, from a gameplay perspective, so they have these. You can actually like specialize your units a little bit by giving them like heavy bolters, flamers, or missile launchers, or plasma guns. And depending on what weapons, so like one of the, so you may notice that our units, first of all, are actually not individuals, but like whole squads, which makes it very different from like Warcraft 3, for example, where you control individual units. So it kind of, you have to adjust your thinking of like, you know, how to like approach macro in this game, and like just how you think about armies in general. Also, how you micro units is really weird because you can't just tell, like I can't tell this Space Marine to move closer. I have to tell the whole squad to move closer. Also, there's these stances over here that like change like their behavior a little bit. I mostly will shift between like a completely passive and a completely aggressive stance, and basically I'll do the completely passive one just to get them to fucking move, and then the attack one just when I need them to just kill shit. Like for example, I can see there's some guys here who are not firing their weapons, so I'm going to tell them to like just move forward. Though Angelus destroyed it anyway, so I didn't really need to. But yeah, and so also we don't have like gold mines or anything like that, or mineral patches if you're more familiar with StarCraft. Though they do conveniently use the same colors for minerals in Vespene. It's just requisition and power. You get requisition, which are like your minerals or your gold from these strategic points, and you put these listening posts on them, and that extracts like your resources here. So, for example, this one says plus 12 requisition, so that means we're getting some requisition from that. So the resource management in this game heavily stresses map control in a way that like other RTS doesn't. And then we have these plasma generators, which give us our power.
Beware the alien.
So it's a pretty interesting RTS just from that perspective alone. But yeah. Yeah, hopefully it'll make more sense as like you just kind of watch and stuff. But yeah. Yeah, it's a very. This is a very fascinating RTS to me, coming from a background of like Warcraft 3 and StarCraft. It's very interesting.
By my command, attack!
And in a way, it kind of reminds me of Sacrifice in terms of like the whole like
your instructions.
What would you have me do?
The approach of like having your resources be tied to map control. But you know, if you're not familiar with Sacrifice, don't worry about that. But that's just another RTS that I might be doing at some point, and then yeah.
If you wanted too long, didn't play Sacrifice, Mandalore apparently is a good source now.
Yeah, no, I actually think Mandalore Gaming. You know, that was a week ago that I reacted to that on stream.
Yeah.
I think it was a very well done video. I think it does a very good job of describing what Sacrifice is without really giving away, like, you know, major plot points or anything like that. You know, I could certainly talk way more in detail than he did. I could talk about things more specifically than he did, but like,
Yes.
But you legit played the game since like
yeah, basically like as long as I can remember, it's been in my life. Okay, I need these guys to move closer, so I'm gonna just force them to stop shooting for a bit, and then go ham. Oh, so I didn't finish saying what I liked about the whole weapons thing. So right now, we only have the options of flamers and heavy bolters. You may have seen that I heavily prioritize the bolters. Bolters allow you to just deal more damage to infantry units. Or I think it might just be a flat damage buff, but it's especially effective against infantry. So it's like you just want to kill them, get those. And since we're just dealing with orcs, like orc infantry, great response, great answer. There's also the flamer though, which is a little bit more interesting. It's also like good against like infantry and stuff, but what it specifically does that's really good is that it destroys enemy morale. And morale in this game it's an interesting system where it's like almost like a second health bar in a sense. It's like their willingness to fight. I think there's some units that will straight up run away if their morale gets low enough, but like it like decreases their like accuracy and I think makes them more vulnerable to damage and stuff like that. I forget the details of it, but basically you don't want your units to run out of morale because it hurts. So yeah, it's really interesting. And then you also have, and we'll see this, I don't know, I think in the next mission or so, in upcoming missions, we'll see the rocket or the missile launcher and the plasma gun come into effect. What the missile launcher does is that it makes them deal more damage to buildings and vehicles. So you can turn basically just like your basic ass unit into a siege unit if you want to, which is awesome. And then the plasma gun is really good against heavy infantry, which I believe the Space Marines count as heavy infantry because like that armor is fucking thick.
All I remember is that plas guns make Necrons dead crones.
Yeah, so later on in Dark Crusade and Soulstorm, we'll encounter my favorite faction from the 40k universe, the Necrons, which are literally undead robots, which is fucking cool.
Who in later years they get an Egyptian aesthetic and type shit.
Yeah, they also have like this whole like almost like Anubis underworld Egyptian aesthetic.
Excellent. This orc camp has been destroyed.
Which is really cool.
There. That's the last Space Marines. Well done, Blood Ravens.
But yeah, basically
Victory
plasma
is
does
ours.
really good against heavy infantry, and Necrons are mostly heavy infantry.
Fuck the Necrons in Dark Crusade.
Yeah, they are OP there. I will admit that. Anyways,
especially as a fucking guardsman. Dan.
Yeah.
I'm honored to be in
But
the
then
presence
again,
of a librarian.
as a guardsman, if
I
you're
wish to
actually
know
good at
how my men
microwing, it's
can
all
better
fun and
serve
games
you.
till you get a hold of the
You should wait
basilisk
for the
cannons.
captain to finish his prayers. I saw you stand against the orcs. You are a brave man, Colonel. I wish I could say the same of your men.
It's like, oh, you want to take out my artillery?
I shall
Well, good luck.
strengthen
I'm
their
behind
resolve,
7
my
layers of
lord.
defenses
See
because
that
that's
you
what
do
guardsmen
it.
are good at.
We shall do it for you. You have something you wish to say. Say it, Colonel. How did you know? Even without my psychic gifts, it is obvious. Speak. Is it true your company eradicated a heresy on the planet of Cyrene recently? An exterminatus, down to the planet's last man, woman and child? Colonel, your company is welcome, but such questions are not. Do not ask the captain about Cyrene if you intend to remain in his good graces. Brother Captain, the Colonel wishes an audience with you.
Thank you, Isidore.
My lord, my Tartarus 37th Imperial Guard Regiment stand ready to serve you in protecting the city. They wish to make amends for...
They will have many opportunities to prove themselves warriors worthy of the Emperor. The Blood Ravens are leaving the city. Its protection is in your hands.
I will ready my men. May I ask what your next course of action is?
Orcs only respect strength. I intend to show them that we have it in ample supply.
Yeah, so that guy that we just met is Isidore, and he's a librarian, which is actually way cooler than it sounds.
And nerdier.
and actually, yeah, way nerdier. So it isn't just like, a guy in charge of reading books or managing books per se, though I think there actually is like an element of that. But basically, they're like super powerful. Like they're like mages, sort of, or like might be better described more like priests, I guess, because it's very religious in nature. But like they're spellcasters, and they are in tune with like this universe's equivalent of magic, which is tied to hell, which they call the warp. Like all magic is inherently tied to the warp in some way. Um, at least that's how it's presented. Um, as far as my understanding goes.
You're not too
Um,
far off.
yeah. I'm sure there's like tons of nuances. People who know way the fuck more about the lore can definitely go on rants about that.
We
'Cause
like the lore. We are
I,
not lore experts.
I know maybe 10% of 40k lore. Like,
I know maybe like 10.5%.
yeah, like there's an insane amount of 40k lore, and it's really fascinating stuff. But like, it's also very overwhelming.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, because I remember talking to someone in chat, I think on Tuesday, when I was doing Kingdom, and I was talking about how I'm going to be starting Dawn of War, and like, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm intimidated by like 40k's like immense lore," and I'm like, "Yeah, I understand that. It's totally understandable."
War Journal of Captain Gabriel Angelos. The situation on the planet Tartarus is grim. While the Blood Ravens crushed the main Orc offensive at the spaceport, the bulk of their force is not engaged. They gather in the wilderness, awaiting a critical mass of bodies that will overwhelm the Imperial forces in a green wave of death and destruction. The Blood Ravens will not allow this to occur. Orbital monitoring has detected an area in the southern forests where the Orcs appear to be massing. Orcs only respect strength, so they will look to the largest of their groups to lead them. We will insert a small, covert strike force to eliminate these Orc leaders and destroy any encampments where the Orcs might mass. This should cut to the heart of the Orcs' fighting spirit and delay their inevitable counterattack. We must tread lightly, lest we disturb this slumbering beast.
I love the war journals that Gabriel Angelos has in this campaign, where basically he kind of just gives his own like narration of like what's going on and what they're about to do. It's a very interesting way to do like the briefing of like what you're about to like for your each mission and stuff. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it has like this camera going around that just kind of shows off like stuff going on and some parts of the map and stuff. Because I also like that it has a little preview of the actual map that you're about to go into. So you actually have some sense of like what's going on, and like you can kind of from here just with the mini map you could maybe start to think about what's going on, and like maybe think about strategies or something, um, or like how you want to navigate things, which is neat. I think that's a really good RTS feature. All right, let's go into it. Well, also the loading screen here has like a map of like the region and stuff, so you can see some of the cities, and like we have these mountains that have forests and shit and all that. And you can kind of see like, oh, so like down in like the southwest here we have like this is where we know where the orcs are. We can see our blood ravens icon there, and then you can see in each of the cities there's the Imperial Guard symbol. So it's kind of cool. You can see how this changes from mission to mission, and how you like as you gain new information and you make progress and stuff like that, the map kind of shifts around in terms of like what you're seeing and where you're seeing these different forces and stuff. I think it's really cool. All right, infiltration.
You have your orders. Now go. And may the Emperor protect you.
I do not care for all this sneaking about.
I know, old friend. You always have preferred the direct approach.
We have the Imperial Guard. Why not send them into battle instead of treating them like glorified shepherds? If we meet the orcs in force, they cannot possibly stand before us.
We have fought the Orc 100 times before. They thrive on war. A direct assault on them would likely improve their morale, and simply attract more of them. The casualties would be enormous.
What are the Imperial Guard for if not to die for their Emperor? At the very least, we should retain a regiment to remain at our core. We have little support this far out. We would not want to be remembered for our carelessness.
We, old friend? Or me?
We are brothers, Gabriel. You know better than to ask that question. I know what this is about. There was nothing you could have done to save Cyrene.
Do not mention that place again, Isidore. Cyrene was my homeworld. My responsibility. Scout Team 3, do you copy?
Yes, my lord.
The local Imperial Waterworks has fallen into Orc hands. If we are to reclaim this area, we must first retake this position. Scouts have infiltrated ahead of you and will assist you in your reconnaissance. If things prove to be more than you can handle, reinforcements will be mobilized to assist.
Getting into position.
Okay. So here we
This
get...
area is crawling with orcs. We should infiltrate to sneak past them. Do not get too close,
All
or
right,
we
so
may be spotted.
it's I for infiltration, which is basically just this game's version of cloaking.
Excellent. Your Scout Marine squad is now invisible to all enemies except for commanders. Keep in mind, though, if you are attacked, your invisibility will be broken.
Has flashbacks
and
of
some
being
time will
harassed by
pass
Tau.
before you can utilize it again.
Say that again?
Prevented infiltration just has Vietnam flashbacks of being harassed by Tau.
Yeah. So the Tau are a faction in this universe that rely very heavily on stealth.
Scouts awaiting orders.
So also one other cool feature that
Down from
about
here.
this game that you just saw me utilize here was the ability to add more squad
Scouts
members, and
awaiting
it's just
orders.
basically on the spot you could
Scouts
reinforce
awaiting
from
orders.
the squad. So you don't have to like queue up a unit that has to walk across the map to get to the battle. They can
Scouts
basically
awaiting
reinforce
orders.
on site, which is really cool. So
As long as one member of that squad is alive.
as long as one member of that squad remains alive.
The enemy is
Now
in
it
our
does cost
sights.
money to do that, so like you can still lose a ton of money if you like are spamming this and you're just lose like you need to know when to just like not bother with that. But like yeah,
Lining up our
it's a
targets.
cool thing. So I just went from 2 scouts to
We
4
will take
by
them
doing
down
that.
from here. Lining
And
up
we're
our
just gonna
targets.
sneak right on past
Our
all these
aim is
guys.
true. Lining up our targets. Attack. The enemy is in our sights. Our aim is
And
true. The enemy is in our sights.
we got some Imperial Guard here that are fighting, and I think we could help them, but I think we're gonna go right past them.
Scouts charge. The enemy is in
They're
our
guards
sights.
and they'll be fine. The planet broke before the
Scouts here.
guard did.
At your
Oh
command.
shit. And then we got these guys. I want them to infiltrate.
Xenos are
Also,
guarding
one
a
thing that's nice
strategic point.
about
Scout Team 2 is
At your
upgraded with
command.
sniper rifles. They will make short work of these orcs.
Scouts ready.
one additional thing that I think is nice about infiltration is that it basically automatically puts them into a ceasefire stance, so they won't
Scouts
know,
awaiting orders.
accidentally attack
Scouts charge.
something. You know?
They won't yeet themselves pointlessly.
Yeah.
Scouts awaiting orders.
Okay, so I think I could tell these guys. I think I have to uninfiltrate them to do this, but
Taking damage.
Scouts in position. Scouts
and I'll just go ahead
awaiting
and have
orders.
everyone attack.
Scouts awaiting orders. Our aim is true.
But yeah, it's kind of cool. You can do little surprise
Strategic
attacks
point
like that,
identified.
and we'll go ahead and just take the strategic point. Yeah, and then so scouts get 3 options for their weapons. So they get these guys have snipers, which basically just means they're very likely to just outright kill an entity. So like one of these orcs, they could just basically pop their head. So like for example, if these two units were fighting each other, the sniper rifle squad would have an advantage over the other one because they would probably be able to instantly reduce the other squad to 2 members instead of 4. Now they do have to like reload their weapons and stuff, so you might be seeing a little bit of that after they fire that, but it's pretty useful. They also have access to flamers, which are basically the same as they are on the Space Marines, and they have plasma guns. Again, same deal where it's good against the heavy infantry. Anyways, let's go back to the stealth. Oh, okay, they know. Okay, so this guy can see, so we're gonna pull back.
The enemy is in our sights. Scouts charge.
Okay, and then keep firing.
Scouts here.
Here, it's these guys that I want to be backed up because they have the snipers.
The enemy is in our sights.
Because one thing that happens in this game is that if your units are engaged in a melee, all of the units will go into melee. They don't really have much of a choice.
We will take them down from here. Scouts charge. We will take them
and so like I'm trying to keep these guys from being too focused in on this. Now I'm worried that I'm pretty sure I'm losing these guys. That's okay. I'm actually just gonna cancel that. We're gonna lose these guys, but it's fine. They don't actually have to make it to their destination. That's one thing I already know about this mission. But they did get this down at least.
I command in the name of the Emperor.
I'm pretty sure.
Abandon your attempts at infiltration. We will dispatch the orcs.
All right.
Where stealth has failed, my strength will prevail.
Yeah, so we just now brute force this shit. Which generally ends up being a better strategy, anyways.
My aim shall not fall.
But they show the opportunity for stealth plays and stuff.
Attacking as ordered.
Space Marines, advance.
So yeah, on that front with like melee versus range, they do display melee versus range damage on all your units, and so it's important to know. So like these Space Marines, for example, they deal 25 to 31 melee damage and 20 to 27, so they actually could, on average, do better in melee. At least while they're unupgraded, because I don't think they have any of their upgrades right now. So like, in a way, they're actually like better in melee right now. But you also have to keep in mind that if they're ranged, they can just shoot from far away, right? But basically, this means Space Marines are going to be pretty good against a lot of scenarios. So, like, if they do get engaged in melee, they're not really that worried. And then the Force Commander here, Gabriel Angelos, has a power sword, which is like, I guess this universe is equivalent to a lightsaber, basically. Except it's actually a sword.
Well done. The waterworks are under our control.
I guess actually,
Start building a
it's
base
always
before
displayed
we
as
hunt
electrical
down
and
the
shit,
rest
but I
of the
think
Emperor.
actually it's more close to like a vibroblade
Let
than
us
like
capture
Star
these
Wars.
strategic points and establish
Yeah,
a base of operations.
The point I'm trying to make is that it's like a sci-fi sword that's super powerful.
Yeah.
Initializing build protocol. Yes, most beneficent one.
Also, I love how they just drop their buildings in.
Who builds buildings like a peasant?
See, I think I can have both servitors build this. Yeah, because that should increase the speed of it. So now the Force Commander does also have a gun. And I think a lot of units like that have range, even if you tell them to engage in melee, while they're running towards the thing, will try to shoot the gun.
I await your
But like,
instructions.
which is
This
nice.
day shall be a glorious one.
But
for
like,
the
you know, this
Imperium.
guy I have prioritizing melee, which is another thing with the stances. You could, so I could tell him to be assault stance, which is melee, range stance, which is ranged, and then that's it. Yeah. So I'm basically keeping him on the melee stance for now.
Today the enemy
Also,
shall
there's
know
a hold
fear.
ground stance, which so unit will attack any enemy it comes into contact with, but will only pursue a short distance. If set on a building, all units produced by the structure will use this stance. So yeah, you can tell like your buildings to basically send their units out with a certain stance in mind. So there's also a stand ground stance. Unit will attack any enemy it comes into contact with, but will not move from its position. So if you really want your units to just not fucking leave their position,
With all
that's the
most
stance to use.
beneficent one,
My faith is my
I think
shield.
the hold ground stance is like basically just like a good default. And then there's burn stance, which units will prefer to attack buildings. So basically, you're telling them to focus structures. And then there's a ceasefire stance, which means they just don't fucking attack anything. And then there's an attack stance, which just makes them aggressive, and they'll just chase things like to the ends of the earth, essentially. Anyways,
Yes, my lord.
let's
yes, most beneficent one.
get our barracks out right here, please. If the game would let me. There we go.
Faith is our shield.
Here to serve.
And I think we're gonna need a little bit of plasma. Come on, game. Here we go.
Today the enemy shall know fear.
So we could also get more scouts if we wanted to, which maybe the snipers are kind of nice. But like,
Yes,
I feel
my
like
lord.
Space Marines are going to be plenty fine. So maybe instead I invest in increasing our squad cap, which is so that's another interesting aspect of this game. You have two versions of supply. You have a squad cap, which is basically
What would you have me?
Attacking heads.
the types of. It's like your infantry supply cap. So I'm at 6 out of 10 right now. So I believe there's 2 for each Space Marine unit, and then I currently 1 for each servitor. Though I think in later Dawn of War games they make workers no longer take supply because the supply cap is not very high.
Today the enemy shall know
And then, but
fear.
the other type of supply cap is a vehicle cap. So like vehicles do not use the same supply resource as infantry units,
While the
which
enemies
is
of
kind
the Emperor
of
still
neat.
draw breath, there can be
Here, I want to go this way because there's stuff up here, and I can get resources and stuff, and then I can also build a listening post on this strategic point that my scouts got.
Praise the Emperor.
Okay, I should leave at least one of these units behind.
We will
My
crush the
faith is
enemies
my
of the
shield.
Imperium.
My faith is my shield.
Ever vigilant for the glory of the Imperium.
Okay,
Today the enemy shall know fear.
alright.
Taking heavy fire.
Going on these guys.
Protocol 23. We stand ready.
Yeah, they're gonna be fine. Okay, servitors,
Here to serve.
go and repair that.
Marine squad deployed. Fear denies faith.
Here, let's add these guys to my aggressive group up here.
Attacking as ordered.
Beware the alien, the mutant.
Yes, my lord. None shall stop
Man, look at this Chad. Just like running up there, not even really having guys supporting him, and he's like, yeah, I can do this.
This is fine.
This is fine. I mean, you know what? That's actually pretty in character for the Space Marines. Here, I'm gonna keep these guys. Just be on
He
hold
who
ground.
stands with me shall be my brother.
Ever vigilant. Engaging the enemy. None shall stop us. At your command.
Today the enemy shall
Here, go ahead and start capturing this. And then
Yes,
servitors.
most beneficent
I want
one.
one of you to come out here and get
I
listening
will
points on
do
that,
as you ask.
because that gives me money.
Beware the alien.
Taking heavy fire.
Beware.
The enemy is attacking.
Okay.
Here to serve.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be no peace.
Alright. And then these guys cleared that out, so I'm just going to go ahead and tell them to come on back over here.
None shall stop us. The area is secure. Fear denies.
This day shall be a glorious one for the
Here to
Imperium.
serve.
Okay, and then this servitor, go build a listening post here.
We are the
And you
Emperor's
go ahead and
chosen.
join over here.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
What is your order? Charge.
Let's go ahead and get another one of those out.
My faith is my shield.
Yeah. One thing that's I both like and dislike about the Space Marine faction is that, like, you can kind of just spam Space Marines, and that will be good.
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
Like, I know there's, like, some cool stuff you can do with the scouts if you're willing to, but, like, eh.
Attacking as ordered.
The Emperor protects. Space Marines, praise the Emperor.
But, you know, with the fact that the Space Marines can be, like, specialized with different weapon sets, I think does make them a lot more interesting, so I'm a lot less bothered by, like, basically having the same unit everywhere.
Today the enemy shall know fear. Beware the alien.
Yes.
Here, let's go ahead and get the servitors over here.
I await your instructions.
Engaging the enemy. Attacking as
I
ordered.
wonder if the minimap is a little bit bugged because of the resolution, the specific resolution I'm at or something.
Beware the alien.
Or if it could just be, like, it's confused by modern technology.
Yes.
Maybe a bit of both.
Engaging the enemy. We will crush the enemies of the Imperium.
Today the enemy shall know fear.
Direct us to the enemy. Heresy.
Here, I want these guys to move a little bit more forward.
Attack protocol 23. What's your order? Commencing attack. We will crush the enemies of the Imperium. Initiating attack protocol 23.
He who stands with me shall be my brother. He who
Okay,
stands
I'm
with
gonna
me
tell
Position of the
Gabriel Angelis to back off a little bit. He's taking a little bit too much heat. These Space Marines are going to be able to handle pretty much anything.
Here to serve.
Yes, my lord.
Anyways, I think there's something over here for these Space Marines to go take care of.
What do you beware.
Now, thankfully, health regen is a thing in this game.
By my command.
So, like, just telling him to back off a bit means he'll regenerate a fair amount of health, and then suddenly he's kind of fine.
Space Marines.
So I'm going to tell him to go ahead and head back
We are the
on in.
Emperor's chosen. What is your order?
Yeah, it does look like there's something over here. Here, go ahead and move in so that all of the units are attacking. And then kill it.
Beware.
Never vision.
Oh, there's some orcs here. Looks like we got tank busters. But you may notice, in case you don't know the orcs in this universe, they like to spell things in a very fun way.
They also, most
While
of the units are
enemies
exactly
of
what
the
it says on
Emperor
the tin.
still draw breath.
Yeah, actually, they're very straightforward. And they're very fun. They're one of my favorite factions to play. Because I think they're just a lot of fun.
This is Tank Buster. It busts tanks.
Yes, it's actually
Initiating attack protocol.
like their basic melee is called Choppa Boys. Their basic range is called Shoota Boys. Here, I'm going to tell my force commander to back off. He's taking too much heat. His morale is fantastic. It's just his health that's not doing so well.
Praise the
Here, and I'm
Emperor.
gonna deselect him a bit just to
Commencing
move forward.
attack.
Also, I just realized I don't think I made a fort armory. That's what's called in this game.
I will do as you ask.
That would probably help with that whole getting the specialized weapons thing I was mentioning. You know,
Attacking as ordered.
because that's what you need to do that.
Initializing build
Faith is our shield.
protocol.
I feel like there was something Could I actually...
We will crush
I feel
the
like there was
enemies
something
of the
over here I
Imperium.
could do.
Attacking as ordered.
The Emperor protects.
Ever vigilant.
Here, you, this unit, I want you to back up.
None shall stop us.
I seem to recall there's something here, but I also seem to recall it was kind of deadly, so I'm actually going to reinforce
Under fire for the
this
glory
group here.
of the Imperium. We will crush the enemies of the Imperium.
And then change this group.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be peace.
Just be on group 1. Or fate, or stance 1, which is hold threat. Also now our... This is... Also, can I hotkey the buildings in this game yet? Or is that in the expansion when that was allowed? Expansions is when that was a thing. Okay. So unfortunately I can't hotkey my buildings right now, which kind of sucks.
The enemy must be nearby.
Here, let's get a flamer here.
Beware.
And the bolter. So I want to be able to damage her morale pretty strongly.
This day shall be a glorious one
Okay.
for the
Both of you be on
Today the enemy shall know fear.
stand ground. Rather than hold ground.
Initiating attack protocol 23.
Because it's kind of neat that the heavy bolters allow them to attack these buildings from far away, but
Yes.
I don't want them to be overly focused on it either. Like, I don't want them charging into the enemy base. Where the fuck am I? Okay, over here. Okay, that's probably why I couldn't see well, because the fucking
Bolters to defeat these
bug I'm experiencing with the minimap.
upgrade the stronghold to gain access to the tools we will need to destroy.
I can't remember if this was a thing before, or if this is, like, rather new. Because it's been a while since I played Dawn of War.
Ever vigilant.
Anyways, yeah, just get them a bunch of
What
bolters.
would you have me do?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go very heavy on the bolters.
Beware the alien, the heretic.
Ooh, okay, that's gonna... Okay, you need to back off. That will kill...
I command in
Yeah.
the name of the Emperor.
I was right. I'm like, that's gonna kill you. It walks up to him, he dies. Yeah, this might... I'm actually a little bit worried about this. I need to hold them focused on this, because they're gonna fucking die. Thankfully, in the campaign, the Force Commander just gets, like, revived for you. But yeah, these are pretty... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna abandon this position. Full retreat.
Direct us to the
What
returning
would
to
you
battle.
have me do?
Ever vigilant.
Praise the Emperor. What would you have me do?
Just,
Follow
I need
me
them
into
here.
battle.
This is not a position worth holding on to. If it's... Because, like, between, like, the Wa banners being able to attack me and... Though I did destroy, like, 3 or 4 of them. But yeah, this mech right here is just too deadly.
Direct us to the
Anyways,
Big gun.
let's go take these Space Marines over here, and I recall there being something over here,
engaging the enemy.
but I can't quite remember what.
Initiating attack protocol 23.
Also, I could probably just start spamming Marines down here. And it's S. So I'm just going to spam Marines.
Direct us to the enemy.
Oh, it's another one of his Killiclans, but apparently it's too dumb to move. So this is convenient. We're just gonna kill it.
Kill the killer can.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Killican. For some reason I keep on wanting to say clan, maybe because it's all the L's. I don't
Marine
know.
squad deployed.
But hey, you know what? It's taking an L. That's kind of funny, though. It's like, this is fine.
This is fine.
This is fine.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, those are piloted by Grots. They aren't the brightest bunch.
Marine squad deployed.
Yeah. And it's gone.
Rose from idleness.
And it's gone? There it goes.
Engaging the enemy. Taking
Ah, there's Imperial Guard over here. Okay, cool. These guys we can help out. So let's go ahead and do that. Just having them move forward so that they can basically just shoot and all the enemies or all the Marines can shoot here, and then we'll be fine. Oh, I control these guys. Oh shit, that actually is way more polished than initially thought. So here's something that's cool about the Imperial Guard in this game. You get a fuck ton of them. Like, you may notice that I just filled this queue with reinforcements.
Reporting, sir. Let them protect.
So that's pretty cool. Also, they get, like, they can get a bunch of, like, grenade launchers or plasma guns, depending on what you decide to outfit them with. I think we're going to go very heavy on the grenade launchers, because I might give them a couple of plasma guns, because I think that's good against, like, the killicans, but, like, also, wow, I have a lot of Space Marines now. I mean, that's good.
Attack. What would you have me do?
At your command.
This day shall be a glorious
Okay.
one.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
This
So
day shall
I'm
be a
just
glorious one
gonna
for the Imperium.
mix basically both.
While
Like,
the enemies of the
I'm
Emperor
thinking.
still draw
Actually, hold on,
breath,
hold
there
on.
can be no
For the
peace.
Emperor.
I feel like there's at some point where I can get. That's right. I need to get the add-on. So actually,
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be no peace. While the enemies of the Emperor
stand
still
ready.
draw breath, there can
I'm-
be no peace.
I'm gonna go pretty heavy on the like bolters and
He who stands with me shall
and
be
flamer
my
combo
brother.
for most of these guys. But these guys I'm gonna save and just give them a ton of rocket launchers. Because that'll make them really good at sieging down the bases.
Direct us to the enemy.
Alright, so, and I think what I'll do with these guys is one plasma gun each, and then the rest will be grenade
At your
launchers.
command. Engaging the enemy. Fire.
Alright,
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw
Let's go ahead and
breath,
move forward.
there can be no peace. By my command, attack! Space Marines, advance! Follow me into battle. Follow me into battle.
because yeah, now I have way more Marines than I did last time, so, like, this guy should go down a lot easier. He's still gonna kill a few entities, probably, because they do a ton of damage. But yeah.
The all-telling eyes of the sea worlds are with us. Find them on our listening posts. The monastery is complete.
Faith is our
Sergeants
shield.
will inspire your space
That's
marine
right, we could
squads
also
to
get
greater
sergeants
feats of
now.
heroism,
While the enemies
and
of the
rocket
Emperor
launchers
still
will make
draw
short
breath, there
work
can
of
be
orc
no
buildings.
Alright, and we'll
My
just get a
faith
bunch
is
of
my
rocket
shield.
launchers on these guys, as well as sergeants. Sergeants basically just make the units overall just
He
better.
who stands with me shall be
So, like,
my
let's see.
brother.
So they count as heavy infantry. Leader unit effective at close combat and boosting squad morale can be upgraded with powerful close combat weapons at the armory. I don't think we have access to those in this mission, but we will in later missions.
Under
And
fire.
they have the
What would you
rally
like to do?
ability, which basically
On
allows them
brothers,
to
the enemy must
renew
be
the morale of
nearby.
the unit, and then they're also just particularly good
We stand
against fighting
ready.
infantry. So yeah,
Direct us to the enemy.
We must upgrade an existing listening post with the fortified position add-on. This
I will
upgrade
do
will
as
increase
well.
the
The
requisition
enemy shall
income
not fear.
and add better defenses to the listening post. Walk softly
okay.
and carry a big gun.
So I noticed there's a big base down here, so I'm actually just gonna tell
The enemy must be
this
nearby.
group to just generally march in that
Fear
direction,
denies faith.
and I'll tell these guys to kind of just move in this direction.
Fear denies faith.
My faith is my
I'll
shield.
also put my attacking armor into a more aggressive stance.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
Okay. I need to be here.
This day
Okay, yeah.
shall be a glorious
Yes,
one
attack like
for the
that.
Imperium.
We
Here,
are
you
the
guys.
Emperor's chosen.
Let's take a couple of these guys. Move them this way.
The enemy is attacking. Ever vigilant.
Here to serve.
Okay, so servitors working towards that.
For the glory of the Imperium.
This day shall be a glorious
Here,
one for
go
the
over here.
Imperium. My aim shall not falter. The enemy must be nearby. On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby. Space Marines, advance.
Alright, so I'm gonna have this group attack up this way.
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
I want these guys to be focused primarily on this base.
Awaiting orders.
And I'll have these guys just try to take care of some of this stuff. You know, managing multiple control groups and shit, you know?
Follow me into battle. Space Marines, advance.
Fear denies faith.
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
Here, let me try to grab
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be
these two.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
God, what? This one and this one? No, that's too many. Could these two, I will hotkey as group 3, so I could tell them separately tell them to focus buildings.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
reporting.
Okay, these guys are very brave.
Let them have it.
I need to tell them to retreat so that they don't die.
What Imperial Guard are made of. Charge.
So yeah, Imperial Guard can get a ton of units, but
Yes, Lord.
Attacking as ordered. Faith.
but they're kind of fragile. So
The Emperor protects. Reporting, sir. Yes, my lord. Reporting, sir.
Direct us.
Reporting, sir.
yeah, I'm gonna tell the Imperial Guard units to entirely back off while these guys focus these orcs down.
We're here. The Emperor protects.
We stand ready.
Okay. They're recovering, so I'm gonna go ahead and just tell the Imperial Guard to move back in. These guys keep moving over this way.
We stand ready.
But yeah, you see how fast that tower went down?
Engaging the enemy. Heresy.
The,
grows from idleness. None shall stop us.
The rocket launchers are really good at dealing with that type of stuff.
Charge. At your command, we stand ready.
I'm gonna tell them to focus to this building because I know they could produce vehicles out of that. Because it's called the mech shop. You may be able to guess what comes out of that.
Direct us. Attacking as ordered.
We're here.
Also,
Here. Reporting, sir.
I don't need these guys focused on melee. They're actually better if they're ranged.
We will crush the enemies of the Imperium. Initiating attack protocol 23. Awaiting orders. Heresy grows from idleness.
See, Guardsman, the goal is not to die for your species. It's to make the other poor bastard do that himself.
Yeah.
We stand ready. None shall stop us.
While the enemies of the Emperor
Yes, my
still
lord.
draw breath, there can be no peace. Beware the alien, the mutant, the heretic.
Engaging the
Okay, so there's still some more bullshit here.
glory of the Imperium.
We're gonna just move on in so that we're basically right in their face. And activate aggressive stance. Go.
Protocol 20. Heresy grows from idleness.
I guess you could go destroy that. That's fine.
Beware the
Right.
alien, the mutant,
But yeah,
the
I think
heretic.
that's it.
Follow me into battle.
Hell yeah. Definitely feels clunkier than Warcraft 3, but like, I think it's very fun.
I must speak with the captain.
He is giving the Emperor his praise. Leave him this moment.
Yes, brother librarian. We completed our sweep of the area and can find no more orcs.
Indeed. Tell your squad to move ahead and clear the company's path.
Yes, brother librarian.
I will suffer no trespass.
Yeah, so that's hinting about some bigger plot points right there.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, you may even call it foreshadowing. Because yeah, there's there's something more than just orcs attacking. It's the plot is not just a simple. It's not Warcraft orcs versus humans. It's not. It's not just that. Though actually, weirdly enough, in terms of like, once Blizzard got beyond the orcs and humans like aspect of Warcraft, it's not too different actually, which isn't too surprising considering Blizzard was very heavily inspired by Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000. So, um, but yeah, the plot here is not as simple as orcs are attacking. Like that's what we're being presented with right now. But there's more going on. There's something or someone pulling the strings.
The Orc invasion is far more serious than we originally imagined. The Imperial Navy, with the help of the Blood Raven's battle barge, the Litany of Fury, has regained tenuous control of the space around the planet. However, the number of Orc troops and supplies that have reached planetside far exceeds our original estimates. The Orc menace has spread throughout the low population areas of the planet. Civilians are fleeing in mass to the cities, where they hope the higher concentration of Imperial Guard can protect them. Due to our recent actions, we were able to destroy several Orc forward encampments and kill many of their leaders. So we can expect at least a brief respite from further Orc attacks in this area. The Blood Ravens have returned to the capital city of Magna Bonum to prepare the defenses during this downtime.
All right. So now we need to go defend the city so that people can evacuate. See, so this is what I'm talking about with the maps. So now that we have more information, it's like, the rural areas are being overwhelmed with orcs. And now they're attacking the city, and you need to protect the city. Lo and behold, you see all these orc forces kind of just surrounding the city, and the Blood Ravens have now moved towards that city. It's kind of cool. And, I'm not really, even close to an expert in, really reading, militarized maps or anything like that. But, I think this game does a good enough job of presenting this information that, I can kind of get a sense of what's going on here. Especially when paired with, the War Journal and stuff like that. So it's really fucking cool. I really like how this campaign approaches storytelling. It's honestly, I think one of the saddest things is that none of the other factions get a campaign like this because it's just the Space Marines. I think it'd be so cool if you got an Orc campaign or a Eldar campaign or Orc, or I already said Orc, or a Chaos campaign. But they only did this one, but I do think they did a very good job with this one campaign.
Brother Mateo, 2nd Squad is to man those buildings opposite the market streets. Go! Brother Tantheus, take 9th Squad and shore up our defenses along our southern flank. We need those gun emplacements operational. That is correct, Brother Corrales. Begin executing Protocol 18. We will silence that Orc artillery.
My lord, I have taken the liberty of stationing my Imperial Guard around the key facilities, including the spaceport and power plant.
Your initiative is admirable, Colonel. But I need you to pull your men back to this location where they can concentrate their defense.
But if we abandon the spaceport...
We cannot hold the spaceport, Colonel. We have to maximize our defense in one location to assure victory. Do not mistake the Orcs' simple manner for stupidity. They are far more cunning than they may seem. Now go.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, turns out
I do not agree with this course of action.
Actually, I should.
Why are we sitting back waiting for the Orcs to strike? We should attack! Surely it is better than doing nothing.
You would have us meet the Orcs on open ground? That would be madness. It is written in the Codex Astartes that this situation calls for a defensive action.
Of course. You are right. Perhaps patience is the better virtue here.
Yeah, so now we actually get to play with that librarian. So we'll get to see the powers of the
Brothers,
librarian, which are
the
pretty
orcs
cool.
have overrun the city. This transgression shall not stand.
Praise the Emperor.
We will fight until the last orc is dead. Heavy bolter turrets have been made available to us. Be sure to place their defensive power wisely. Landmines are now available for placement in our enemy's paths.
Hide it well.
Okay, so I'm gonna put him down here.
Yes, Lord.
Here, let's go ahead and capture these strategic points. I don't know why they're not already captured. I feel that's pretty silly.
The orcs maintain an iron grip on the city's strategic points.
Here to serve.
We must break their hold and deny the orcs their supplies.
Let's go start building turrets over here. Actually, we can't yet. In which case, you know what, just secure our power resource. Because honestly, 2 plasma generators should probably be... Well, actually, I think we start getting vehicles in here. And vehicles are actually pretty power intensive, so... all the more important to get power going early on. So I'm gonna take these units.
Hope is the first
So the librarian
Yes, most beneficent
gets
An open mind.
this smite ability, which is pretty good against crowds. It basically like creates this like, it's kind of like a microburst,
Fear not.
and it sends like a shockwave against the other units, enemy units and stuff, and I think it's pretty useful.
Fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded.
All right, let's take this servitor, put a listening post there.
Today, the enemy shall know fear.
All right, so let's just start getting tons of Imperial Guard.
My knowledge is at your disposal.
The Emperor protects.
And then let's try to macro on the back of this.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be no peace.
Do I want another servitor? Yeah, let's just get another one. It'll be fine.
What is your will? Here to serve.
Because I want to have an armory, which is R.
I will do as you ask.
Because the sooner I can get upgrades on that going, the better.
My faith is my shield.
Let's see, where's my...
Yes, most
Okay.
beneficent one.
Let's get a turret here.
Initializing build protocol.
Also, we could upgrade our listening post to also be turrets, which is pretty
Yes,
cool,
Lord.
pretty pog.
Fall back!
Yeah, this mission's kind of interesting because it's like, it feels like, oh yeah, this is the defense mission, yeah? But like, sort of. Because you still have to destroy your enemy, but it starts out in a very defensive positioning.
Initializing build protocol.
So I'm going to queue another turret over there.
My knowledge is at your disposal.
Walk softly.
Here to
I'm gonna
serve.
get me...
Gun.
Initializing build protocol.
Let me just queue my plasma generators now.
To one initiated.
And then let's get target finders and war gear.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
It's
There is no
also...
such thing as
Praise
innocence,
the Emperor.
only degrees of guilt.
Honestly, I just want kill power.
Stand ready.
And then... guess in here. As for my...
Fire!
these guys... Actually, I think I go full... Okay, I actually need a little bit more. So
Venerate the
The
immortal
Emperor
Emperor.
protects.
I need requisition
Beware
coming
the
in.
alien, the mutant, the heretic.
Now, what I might want to do...
Here to serve.
you know what I could also do? I think mines are going to be excellent right here,
As you ask.
because they tend to kind of come in right through here.
Here to serve. With all
Go
due
with that.
haste.
So I'm going to want to... I think I can
The Emperor
leave...
protects.
Yeah, I'll leave the Imperial Guard here, but I want to take... Let's
An
take
open mind is
Isidore.
like a fortress with its gates unbarred and
Isidore.
unguarded.
Isidore.
Fear
And-
my wrath.
Isidore! Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, and I'll leave these guys here. Oh, you know what? I should also get... Let's give Isidore, like, another... Space Marine thing. Oh shit, there's stuff up here. Actually, you know,
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
We'll show these filthy
There
aliens
is
what
no
Imperial
such thing
God
as
you
are made
guys
of.
come up here, grab
Only
that. Is there
degrees of
another
guilt.
one like that? Oh my god, there is.
This day shall be a
Awaiting
glorious one for the Imperium.
Okay. Glad I spotted that. Okay, so we want to capture
This
those.
day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
Marine
Yes,
SWAT
most
deployed.
beneficent
Okay, let's
one.
also get mines like over here.
Build routine 721 initiated.
Wow, we're doing good enough that we're shooting them down before they even get to the mines. That's pretty good. Alright, where are these marines? I heard marines spawn. Where are they going? Okay, here they are.
Heresy grows from idleness.
My knowledge is at your disposal.
Okay.
Ever vigilant, none shall stop us.
Look at these
Heresy
scared
grows from
humans.
idleness.
This guy doesn't know what's going on.
Position secure.
He's like, ah, 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 ah,
Yes,
oh,
my lord.
ah, 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 ah. Meanwhile, this
We
woman's
are
just
the
like,
Emperor's
man.
chosen.
She's just like staring at the ground. Like,
Fear
she
denies
just feels
fate.
dead inside already. Which, yeah, I mean, welcome to the 40k universe.
What would you have me do?
Alright,
We will crush the enemies of
Today the
Imperium.
enemy shall know fear.
Heresy grows.
okay, let me take my
Initializing
workers
burst protocol.
and have them build on those.
Raise
And I'm gonna take Isidore over here and push on out.
23.
Blast and damnation. A sacred machine cult has misfired and landed somewhere within the city.
Hope is the first
We must
step on
recover
the
the
road to
structure and
disappointment.
any survivors. The
We will
blasted
crush the
orcs
enemies
have
of
built
the
their
Imperium.
infernal structures within the city walls.
Terror
Destroying
visions
these structures is
for the
vital
glory
if we are
of
to
the
regain
Imperium.
control over the city.
Charge. None shall stop us.
On alert, brothers.
An open mind
The
is
enemy
like
must
a
be
fortress
You know
nearby.
what?
with its
I have an
gates
idea.
unbarred and
Beware the
unguarded.
alien, the mutant, the heretic.
The Emperor protects. We're here. Yes,
Here.
my lord.
You
Let
guys
them
go over
have
here.
it. We're here.
While the enemies of the
We're here.
Emperor still draw breath, there can be
Reporting,
no
sir.
peace.
The Emperor protects.
On alert, brothers.
Yes, my
The
lord.
enemy must be nearby.
The Emperor protects.
wait,
Reporting,
no.
sir. We're here.
You are three.
The Emperor protects.
You. Oh my god, I'm like fucking up my hotkeys right now.
Only degrees
Also,
of guilt.
this attack's not going well.
With
Probably because I'm also not managing my hotkeys correctly. Alright, what I'm trying to do,
What would you have me
I want to
do?
take this guy,
knowledge is power.
and this
Hide
guy.
it well.
Fear denies faith. We are the Emperor's chosen. We will crush the enemies of the
We're
Imperium.
here.
Okay, you're gonna be one group.
The
Taking
Emperor
hits.
protects. Reporting, sir. We're here.
Okay,
The Emperor
okay,
protects.
I have
the
that
alien,
done.
the mutant.
So now I want these two.
Today the enemy shall know fear.
I want to group all my Space Marines together.
Reporting, sir.
Beware the alien.
Okay, now I feel like I have my hotkeys properly set up.
Follow me.
And I'm gonna take my Space Marine units and I'm gonna push out with these guys.
By my command. Attack.
Oh,
While
there's
the
also
enemies
another
of the
unit right
Emperor
here.
still draw breath, there can be no peace.
Actually, yes.
What would you have me do?
An open
Also
mind is like a
Isidore
fortress with its gates
is
unbarred and
a bit better
Beware the alien.
in range, or not
My
in range,
knowledge
in
is at
melee.
your disposal.
So yeah. Also, hotkey for this is E.
By my command. Attack. Beware the alien. The heretic.
Okay. Is there any upgrades that I need to... Okay, so that requires that, so we're gonna do that.
My aim shall not falter.
Oh, do I not have them all on aggressive stance?
Follow
Let's
me
go.
into battle.
There we go.
Follow me into battle.
Alright, and there's the thing we're looking for.
Protects.
We
So I
are
want
the
you to
Emperor's
capture that.
chosen.
I await your instructions.
Emperor be praised.
of
The machine cult is still intact. We must get a servitor to finish its construction immediately.
For the glory of the Imperium.
Okay.
Walk softly.
Reporting, sir.
carry a
The
big
Emperor
gun.
protects. Reporting, sir.
What would you have me do?
Okay. Also, we got a
This
dreadnought
day
here.
shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
All right. Let's just go ahead and get that upgrade.
The Emperor protects.
As soon as this is captured, we'll go ahead and get a the listening post on this.
Position secure.
My faith is my shield.
My faith is my shield.
By my command, attack! By my command, attack!
Let's fucking go!
My aim shall not falter.
Taking damage.
Follow me into battle.
So you may notice that the dreadnoughts are dealing triple-digit damage, as like literally like 10 times the damage as the Space Marines. So that's pretty good. Though unfortunately, they are singular units,
The Emperor.
so they kind of end up balancing out because like I can get
He who stands with me shall be my
close to
brother.
not quite 10, but almost 10 on the Space Marines. So it's like
ready to serve.
there's
Again.
pros and cons. It's interesting.
The Emperor protects.
What am I looking for? My brain is mentally searching for something, but I'm not sure what. Let's increase our vehicle cap so that we could actually use that. Let's just get all these upgrades. It doesn't even matter what what order it does. Well, I mean it does, but not that much.
Reporting, sir. Charge! Charge!
Position secure.
How goes the purging, brother?
Pretty good. I have a dreadnought.
Heretic.
Nice.
Here to serve.
Why did you wake him from his ancient
As you
slumber?
ask.
He was in the midst of a rather pleasant dream, involving two Sororitas members.
The Emperor
Twins
protects.
they were.
Yeah, and I need to restore the machine shop.
For the
Can this
glory of
servitor
the
just
Imperium.
go, please? Or not machine shop, machine cult.
Servitor hears you. Servitor doesn't care.
Engaging the enemy.
Yeah, no, he literally like was not like I told him he's like, okay, go do it, and he's like, do what?
Walk softly.
The thing.
And
What
carry
thing?
a big gun.
And I was like, ah. Oh, okay, these guys are getting fucked.
The Emperor protects.
Okay, you guys go help.
Let them have it.
You know what? It may work out better to have all these guys on one hotkey. Come to think of it. Okay, you guys back the fuck up. You're getting your ass handed to you.
The
The rest of you go
Emperor
go save their
protects.
asses.
Let them have it. We're here. Show these filthy
I don't know. I thought free
Imperial
donkeys
Guard
would be a
are made
good
of.
thing.
Show these filthy
Okay.
aliens what Imperial Guard are made of. The
All right.
Emperor protects.
All right, Imperial Guard are
sir.
recovering. Where is my servitor in this
Yes,
region?
Lord.
All right, you go ahead and
Yes, Lord.
repair those.
The Emperor protects.
Yes, most beneficent
Okay, that's working
one.
on that. That guy's working on that.
Yes, Lord.
Okay, that's upgraded. Let's get this upgraded.
I await your instructions.
While the enemies of the Emperor
All right.
still draw breath, there can be no peace. This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
Okay, it might also be a good idea
The revered
to
dreadnoughts are standing by.
get
Build them at the machine cult.
more Space Marines ready. So let's go ahead and do
While
that.
the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be no peace. My aim shall not falter.
Yes, Lord.
All right, I think we may want
Glory of
this
the
servitor to
Imperium.
kind of hang out with our front line because it'll help with, if our dreadnoughts get damaged, it can go help
Yes,
repair.
most beneficent one. I shall await your
This day
instructions.
shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
All right,
Space Marines, advance!
Yes, my lord.
okay.
The Emperor protects.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby. Space Marines, advance!
Here, where is the Space Marine group that I just?
Marine
God.
squad deployed.
So I can hear them coming out. Where are they? Okay, here's one.
At your command.
And I want them to
Under
get.
fire. At your command.
I want them to get rockets.
What would you have me do? The Emperor protects.
Oh my god, Isidore, you are fucking ballsy.
Just because he's a nerd doesn't mean he's no bitch.
Okay, I heard a servitor, or not a servitor, dreadnought come out. Let's add this to our army.
My aim shall not falter. On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
Yes, my lord.
Alright.
War, have you woken me from my ancient slumber?
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby. He who stands
All right.
with me shall be my
All my Space Marines are in a group now.
My aim shall not falter.
Okay, Isidore fell, but that's okay. One nice feature about the campaign is that when you lose a hero, they're like, this is fine.
The enemy shall
Fear
know
denies faith.
Here, you know what? Actually, I'm going to redirect them that way.
Awaiting orders.
Back in my day, the Emperor was not a god, only a man. The other Space Marines? Okay, Boomer.
What's your order? Objective acquired. Yes, my lord. Attacking as ordered.
Here, go there. You guys, go ahead and attack this way.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
I await your instructions.
Okay, my servitor must have died, so you get to go back over here and repair
Yes,
that.
Lord.
Direct us to the enemy. Attacking as ordered.
Alright,
Commencing attack. Attacking as ordered.
I see something over here. That's a dreadnought. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Dreadnoughts are powerful enough that I actually think they can do this.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, you just hold that front,
Under fire.
Yes, most
and
beneficent one.
then...
Attacking as ordered. Position
With all
secure.
due haste.
Walk
Okay.
softly and carry
Yes,
a big
my
gun.
lord.
Alright, I think Imperial Guard could help us over here. So go ahead and be in attack stance.
The enemy shall know fear.
If we grab that as
The
well.
Emperor
Okay,
protects.
everyone move over this way.
Space Marines, advance.
I await your instructions.
Here, go ahead and
Initializing
just
build
go build that.
protocol. Yes, Lord.
Okay,
On
let's go to
alert,
that,
brothers.
that.
The enemy must
Any,
be nearby.
Squad broken.
any upgrades we need? Power fists. Alright, cool.
Regrouping.
My faith is my shield.
Heresy grows from idleness. We will crush the enemies of the Imperium.
See, are these grenades meant for vehicles or for people? Has no effect on vehicles or buildings, so people.
On alert, brothers.
Good
The
to know.
enemy must be
Heresy
nearby.
grows from idleness.
Alright, go support Gabriel Angelos, who
Stands
definitely needs
with
to back
me
the
shall
fuck up.
be my brother. Space Marines,
Actually,
advance.
take cover here.
What would you have me do?
Charge. Ever vigilant.
Praise the Emperor. Advance. Follow me into battle softly and carry a big gun.
Here to serve.
Charge.
Praise the Emperor.
Ever vigilant.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of my brain in
shield.
this game gets occupied by like just trying to manage
Yes,
my
my
fucking
lord.
units, because like it operates
He
so
who stands with
differently
me shall be
than
my
like
brother.
other RTS games that I'm more familiar with,
Space
like
Marines,
StarCraft
advance.
and Warcraft 3
I
specifically.
await your
Today
instructions.
the enemy shall know.
So it just feels weird sometimes.
Praise the Emperor. Beware the
Like the whole like way that the squads work is just like kind of just weird to me. That's a good grenade.
Fear denies faith.
Like these guys are a little bit confused about how to move into this region right here.
We will crush the enemies of the Imperium.
Actually, no, I want you fully rocketed out.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
Today the enemy shall know fear.
Yes, my lord.
Let's take these guys. I actually want you to redirect over. Actually, no.
Yes, my lord.
You stay over here. Focus that. You are way too focused on those units. Just focus that. I want
command
these
in the
guys to
name
go
of the
deal
Emperor.
with these attacks over here.
Commencing attack.
Even in death, I still serve.
Direct us. For the glory of the Imperium.
Of his will.
and carry a
Even
big
in
gun.
death I still serve.
Follow me into battle.
Reporting, sir.
Oh yes, I also
Reporting,
have these guys. I'm
Charge.
gonna just hold the center line.
Here to serve.
Even in death I still serve.
I will destroy their minds and burn their bodies.
Let's go ahead and move forward here.
It is better to die for the Emperor than live for yourself.
Let's also get more dreadnoughts. Also, we could definitely be getting more Space Marines. Just queue up a bunch. But I'm just gonna go ahead and push.
It is better to die for the
Honestly,
Emperor
just like
than live for
attack in
yourself.
this general direction.
Denies faith.
Attack in this general direction.
Venerate the immortal Emperor.
Taking
I will
faith.
destroy their minds and burn
Fear
their
denies
bodies.
faith. Attacking as ordered. Marine squad deployed. We are the Emperor's chosen. Commencing attack. Fear denies faith.
Yes, my lord.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
Okay.
At last,
Where
back to
is
war.
Angelus?
Beware
He's
the
here.
alien, the mutant.
Take this group and go up this way.
Follow me into battle. Space Marines, advance.
He stands ready.
Show these filthy aliens what Imperial
Moving
Guard are made of.
deployed.
Venerate the immortal Emperor.
Here to serve.
Alright, we got this guy here. Dreadnought, go ahead.
Fate is eternal. I have waited long for this day.
God, the Dreadnought's so great.
Targets.
Very good at dealing with he's gonna fuck these Cheetah boys up, because they aren't very good in melee. Dreadnought is insanely good in melee. Which allows the rest of these guys to do their thing.
Yes, my lord.
Here, move forward.
Show these filthy aliens what Imperial Guard are made of. Charge! Let them have
Marine
it!
squad deployed.
Show these filthy
Okay,
aliens
then
what
attack.
Imperial Guard are made of.
Faith is our shield. We will crush the enemies of the Imperium.
Yes, my lord.
We are the Emperor's chosen. For the glory of the Imperium. Charge!
Oh, I can also tell them to attack ground. That's actually a neat function. I don't remember that one.
Even in death I still serve.
Oh, come on, Gabriel. Just everyone in general, just move in this direction.
Follow me into battle.
Just go on
He
in.
who stands ready shall be my brother.
Fear denies faith.
Go on in.
Attacking as ordered.
Command me. At last, back to war. I am ready to
Alright,
serve.
head up this hill.
Yes, my lord.
What's your order?
Focus the stronghold.
I am the instrument of his will.
What's your order?
My knowledge of the world is perfect.
But yeah, I think Dawn of War does a pretty good job of kind of portraying the big battle aspect of the 40k universe. Because look at how much bullshit there is here. There is so much bullshit. It's very fun though. I like it. And that basically is what's appealing about it.
Knock it off, all of yous. We's moving out. We's not gonna stay and fight. I's the biggest orc here, which means I's the leader of yous lousy bunch of gits. We've been waiting and waiting to fight these Marine boys, and we's gonna stomp them back good. To do that, we need the strength of all the boys, not a small, weak mob of rats like yous boys. Use your skull for something besides thumping. We's orcs, and we's were made for fighting and winning. Sure thing. You're the boss. We's gonna go get Big Boss OrkAMUNGUS. He got something special planned for these
OrkAMUNGUS?
hummies.
Sus. I forgot that was the Warboss's name in this game, by the way. It's literally OrkAMUNGUS. Dawn of War hits different in 2021.
Way too different.
By the way, for anyone who might be watching who doesn't know 40k lore, you may have noticed that the orc leader there said, like, I's the biggest one here, so I's the boss. Now you might think, oh, the orcs just value strength, whoever happens to be the biggest just gets to be in charge by birthright. No. That's not how it works. They're not in charge because they're big. They're big because they're in charge.
They're in charge.
Because orcs are fucking weird in this universe. Where basically, like, if they believe something hard enough, it becomes reality. And they believe in the idea that, like big orcs, like, the biggest orcs are the best orcs. The best orcs should be the leaders and stuff like that. So if they think if you have, like, a group of orcs that think that someone is, like, one of their orcs is, like, really, like, cool or whatever and should be the leader, they literally become bigger. It's really weird, but it's kind of cool and it's very fun.
The defense of the city of Magna Bonum was a success. The orcs caught us off our guard, but not unprepared. I will not underestimate these aliens again. It is clear now that their primary push was towards the capital city, and they have moved in to attack with a speed I have rarely seen a military force capable of achieving. I have read reports of orc clans who focus on fast strikes, but I did not realize they could be so coordinated. It is as if something is driving the orcs here, some unknown desire or instinct. The Imperial Guard regiments watching over the city are decimated and will not be resupplied for at least 24 hours. The orcs will renew their attacks far sooner. Our scouts are reporting a force massing 50 kilometers from the city that dwarfs the group that attacked Magna Bonum. And reports from civilians speak of a mighty orc who leads them. Bigger and more cunning than the rest. If the capital city falls, this planet will not be far behind. I cannot allow this to occur.
Alright. So now we have a big pushback against the orcs. So let's go. Let's do this. Destroy the Xenos. I fucking love the wall banners though.
So it just is wall and has a grot on top.
Yep. God, I fucking love the orcs in the Warhammer 40k universe. They're so fun in, like, every way.
Your army is literally converted from garbage. Or player, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They'll take any scrap and use it.
Everything is ready, boss. Them humans is in for a good stomping. This is
My
gonna be the
bioengineered
best
weapons
fight
can't be
of
this enjoyable. Says
Oh,
the
hey,
orc.
Silent Screams, how's it going?
Make sure it's the last fight
Hey,
of
how's it
their
going?
lives.
I don't take orders from you, Hubie.
We've held up our side of the bargain, have we not?
You wanted a new planet to wage war on.
You hear the voices too.
We have given it to you.
You doing
wanted to
good? That's
face the
nice. Yeah.
Imperium's greatest
Just enjoying
warriors,
some
the
Dawn of War
Space
here.
Marines. They are here. We've even provided you with weapons and Imperial tanks to use on the battlefield. And all we ask in return is that you keep the Imperials distracted from our operations here.
You've kept your word, but that still don't mean you can order the orcs around.
My apologies. We've delivered the last of the weaponry. They're in the hands of your servants. We'll take our leave now. I respectfully request that you keep the Marines busy for as long as you can.
We'll keep them more than busy. We'll keep them dead.
The thought of kowtowing to these creatures disgusts me. The orcs are a tool, nothing more. And quite an effective one, I might add. Perhaps. But I dislike providing such unpredictable aliens with our own weaponry. Lord Bale.
Lord
Orcs
Bale.
are not unpredictable. Quite the contrary.
I love this voice actor.
You can rely on them to turn against you. But they will honor our agreement as long as we provide them with enemies to satiate their battle lust. If we intimidated them into doing our bidding, showed them our strength, they would take pause before betraying us. You cannot intimidate something that knows no fear. Trouble yourself no longer with the orcs. We will have what we came for and be gone before they finish with the Imperials and turn on us.
Why is we talking with them humans instead of fighting with them? Them smelly chaos boys is weak. Not nearly enough of a challenge for the boys. If they were strong like orcs, they wouldn't need us to fight for them. We'll take their guns and their help, and when we're done chopping up all the humies, we'll come back here and chop them up as well.
And there's this big charging on through.
Orbital imagery shows a heavy concentration of orcs in the area. We must secure a location and establish a base before destroying the Warboss and his clan. Combine the holy fire of the whirlwinds with the jump packs of our assault marines. Cleanse this area.
Yeah, so Silent Scream says, I own all these, and Darker State is my favorite. Darker State's probably my favorite too. I think it's a very good, I think it's a very good, I don't know, it's very good. I don't know, my brain's not like forming words properly right now, but here, let's go ahead and start with just unleashing everything and then jumping on in. Okay, focus on production building. But yeah, Darker State's good. Very good. Winter Soul's my favorite story though. Yeah, I like the story of Winter Soul a lot. But I'm not a fan of the gameplay of it. Like, I find the missions to be very tedious in their design, but the story is actually legitimately really good. So I've like kind of been like debating with myself whether or not I want to bother streaming Winter Assault, because I do like the story, but I don't really like the gameplay of it too much. So like, I figure I'm probably gonna end up just skipping Winter Assault and go straight to Dark Crusade after this, because I don't know. It's just
Hope is the
I'm not a
first
big fan
step
of
on
Winter
the road
Assault.
to disappointment.
It's slow pace. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with slow pace, but it's like frustrating in the way that it's slow pace.
Direct us to the enemy. Activating jump pack.
But yeah,
Objective lost.
I don't know. That's something for me to think about.
Yes, Lord.
But for now, I do like how this campaign's designed. I think it's very well done.
721 initiated.
I like its story. I like its gameplay. I'm very happy to show this one off.
Instructions.
So yeah.
Faith is our shield.
Let's see. I think there's
Attacking as ordered. Commencing attack.
there is one over here.
There is no such thing as innocence. Only
Position
degrees of
secure.
Here to serve.
Yeah, Dawn Wars. I overall like it quite a bit.
Routine 721
I think it's a very fun RTS. Can't go wrong with this gem. Yes, for sure. That is correct.
Faith is our shield.
Where?
just like a
Where?
fortress with
Yeah,
its
that's
gates
Soulstorm.
unbarred and unguarded.
Soulstorm, I think, is fun both for unironic and ironic reasons, because that's where a lot of the memes come from. But it's also, I still think it's fun.
I await your
I think I like Dark Crusade. I mean, yeah, I do like Dark Crusade more than Soulstorm, but
Fear denies under fire.
I like its approach to things.
For the glory of the Imperium.
This game also runs very well on pretty much every computer. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever had any serious problems. Like, there's minor bugs here and there. Like, my minimap is kind of bugged right now. But, like, it's fine. This servitor. Go build me a listening post.
Ever vigilant.
I await your instructions.
Under fire.
Where are they? There they are.
I await
Leave them alone. Rip Servitor.
Yes, Lord.
Let's see.
Assault Marines are now available to us. They can be built from the chapel barracks.
Attacking as ordered.
An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded. An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded.
Let's go ahead and get just some normal Space Marines.
Yes, most beneficent one.
And more plasma. There we go.
Initializing build protocol.
But you know what? Actually, prepare this first and then go focus that. And meanwhile, we can upgrade this so it can defend itself. Might not be bad to do with this here as well.
Ever vigilant.
Hope
Marine
is the
squad
first
deployed.
step on the road to
Vigilance.
disappointment. I stand ready.
Awaiting orders.
Hope is the first step
At your
on the road
command.
to disappointment.
Under fire. Ever vigilant.
Knowledge is power.
Direct us.
That guy didn't quite make it, and that guy is gonna die. Poor dude. He's gonna be very confused while the rest of his squad does something cool.
Venerate the immortal emperor.
My laptop has issues with Command & Conquer Remastered, but this runs flawless. Yeah, sometimes I don't know what it is with certain games that like feel like they shouldn't fail, but then they do. Also, actually,
None shall stop us. What's your order?
you just jump on back.
Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment.
But yeah, there's just like some games that I feel like I don't know. I don't quite understand why they like break sometimes on certain machines. It's weird. I need more power.
Yes, Lord.
Okay, let's get more power.
Initializing build protocol.
No such thing as innocence.
Virgil just
Only degrees of
slowly
guilt.
Coming
Power.
closer.
Power.
Yes, my lord. Marine squad deployed. At your command.
Alright, these guys capture that so we can go ahead and get this wall banner up there.
Things innocence.
Let's grab these guys. These were well made. Yeah, I actually like.
It's the first step on the road to Disney.
It's a little bit clunky, but it's also from 2004, and they didn't have the budget of like Blizzard, for example, at the same time. So I talked a little bit about how I think this is like clunky in comparison to Warcraft 3, but Warcraft 3 was also made by a studio that like had really good game designers and money.
Fear not the sight.
Fear denies faith.
There is no such thing as
Because this is so when you consider the time period and like the budget and all that stuff, yeah, I think this game is just super well made.
Fear not the psyker. Venerate the immortal emperor. My knowledge is at your disposal.
Are my grenades research yet? Okay, they're about to be. It's actually you stop capturing that. So I'm gonna need you a bit to do this. And then you jump up here and do the same. That's it. And some of the hotkey locations in this game are kind of wild. Alright, you guys capture that then. Yeah, Warcraft 3, Warcraft 3 is fucking awesome. I just finished playing that on stream this week.
Yes, Lord.
So that's why I'm doing this now. Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it.
There is no such thing as innocence, only degrees of guilt.
Let's just go bolter heavy here. Heavy on the heavy bolter.
Fear denies
I stand ready.
You know, just kill him harder. Why not?
That's simple.
Yeah, keep it simple. So where's Isidore? Oh, did he die? Okay, so he's probably respawning right now.
Softly and carry a venerate the immortal emperor.
I await your instructions. Yes, Lord.
Let's get this up. Did this ever get fully?
As you wish.
Go repair that instead. Then you can be in charge of going here, building that.
Praise the emperor. Praise the emperor.
At
Right.
your command.
You come over here.
My
I think I lost my assault marines. Or no, they're still alive. But I need them to back up. I think they died. Okay.
Your command.
Alright, you know what? Everyone back off.
softly and carry a big gun. Follow me into battle. My faith is my shield.
I do like these assault marines though. They're pretty good for their anti-vehicle stuff. And the fact that they have jump packs, which makes them so much easier to put in a good position. Units that could just like blink or have jump packs are kind of awesome for that, because it's a pain in the ass to actually tell units to do things.
Initializing build protocol. Here to serve.
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperial.
Of course, you have to be smart about your jump packs, because if you do that, you'll just die.
Leroy!
What's your favorite race? I love Tau Imperial Guard. My favorite's the Necron.
On alert, brothers.
Just the appeal of literal undead robots is so strong for me that like I can't not have them as my favorite.
Under fire.
Follow me.
I also like the Orcs a lot because they're just a ton of fun. Chaos is actually pretty cool. I know it's heresy, but you know, it is what it is. I think Space Marines are okay. Like, they're fun, but they're not like, you know, they're not amazing.
Initializing build protocol.
Beware.
But yeah, 40k has so many good factions, so there's almost like no bad answer to what is your favorite faction. Because they're all fantastic.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
What's your order? Charge!
Okay, there we go.
Commencing attack.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby. Praise the Emperor.
Gabriel, you fucking flee. Don't die. He died. What did I say about not dying, Gabriel? Okay, everyone pull back.
Protocol 23. Attaching
Instead, go deal with these guys.
My knowledge is at your
awaiting
disposal.
orders.
Never played much Eldar though. Yeah, Eldar are pretty fun. They're... I like their webway system. I think it's a very interesting way to like move around the map and stuff.
Knowledge is power. Hide it well.
Build routine 721 initiated.
Okay, let's go ahead and upgrade these.
At your command.
I stand ready.
Where is... Okay, that's right, he died, so I need to get him back.
Disappoint.
Carry a big gun.
I do love how the campaign is just like, yeah, your hero died, just get him
On my
back
command. Attack.
for free. Whatever. I don't know if it's actually the best approach, because, like, you could, like, in the actual game, you would just have to get them at, like, the barracks, but, like, I suppose it streamlines it a little bit.
I await your
As the guardsman main, I gotta say, at least everything else is better than the fucking Necron Lord.
Open mind is like a
That
fortress
fucker
with
won't
its
stay
gates
down.
unbarred and unguarded.
Yeah, Necron... I mean, to be fair, the Necron faction is, I think, much more based around their lord than the other factions. Because, like, you have a whole building dedicated just to your lord, and, like, with tons of abilities that you could get, but you can only select 3.
Only degrees of guilt.
Yeah, it's like if I had to spend like the first chunk of my early game just because the Lord exists out the gate.
I mean, to be fair, like in any kind of like melee match, you're gonna have to deal with early game aggression. Like I was never too into the like multiplayer of this game, but like I know enough at like early game aggression is just expected, which is not too surprising. That's the way of RTS.
Venerate the
No, well,
immortal
I'm not supposed to
Rush.
really give aggression, but it's like if I had to
knowledge
build
is at
my
your
entire
disposal.
defenses
Commencing
centered
attack.
on how to take
My
down a
aim
Lord,
shall not
just
falter.
because the Necrons exist on the map.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I will admit, yeah, the Necron Lord is particularly a pain, like a particular type of pain in the ass.
Also, fuck that his corpse just stays there, knowing he could revive at any point in time.
Well, that's it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, yeah, like, you know, and someone who's not properly prepared for that, like, it'll fuck them up. However, it's a pain in the ass when you're the Necron player and, like, your lord just gets caught dead in a bad position. Because then he does revive right there, and then you're constantly reviving him in a bad position, and it sucks.
I would say I did get a chuckle out of that when that happening. Of like, I took down the Lord, they didn't have
Oh my
protocols
god.
to retrieve them yet.
Establish a forward
So I
base at
built
this location
all
to
my
facilitate
defenses
ready access to
purely
Space
just
Marines.
completely
We will
encasing
need
them in
many
turrets
to
designed
ensure
around a
the
single target.
Warboss is dead and buried.
Revised.
So I just learned something about the
Thermal
melta
plasma
bombs.
generators are
They can be
available.
used on
They
buildings.
will provide us greater access
That's
to
really
power.
good. Holy shit.
The immortal
Yo, should I just make a fuck ton of these guys then? Also, maybe I should actually upgrade my tech. That's what a smart person would do, right?
Here to serve.
Alright, Servitor, come here, and...
None shall stop us.
Oh shit, I need to...
My knowledge is
Here,
at
you go
your
do that.
disposal.
Go...
Commencing attack.
Jump, please. There we go. Go capture this, and then you, I guess, give us the thick plasma.
Knowledge is power. Hide it well.
Do I have another servitor? No, that's the only one. Let's get another servitor. That's right, I'm upgrading my tech. Ah! Whatever. That's fine, we can hold this position for a bit, it's fine. Here, go heavy on the bolters. You get a flamer and then more bolter.
Heresy grows from idleness.
You go here. That's
While
a good
the enemies of the
position.
Emperor
There is
still
no
draw
such
breath,
thing as
there can
innocence,
be no
only
peace.
degrees of guilt.
One thing I do kind of like about this game is like setting up like your units to like prepare for like a battle. Like I think it's like a thing that like Total Warhammer also does very well, where it's like here, let me set this unit here, this unit here, this unit here. This unit's a little bit closer to the fight, so like that's why this guy's the flamer. These guys are more bolter focused. These guys are melee focused, but they can jump,
The
so I can
machine cult is
kind of
ready
have them
to be
back here so that they
requisitioned.
could like jump to the
Build
back
it to
line.
gain access to vehicles.
It's cool stuff to think about. I like it.
Yes, Lord. Build routine 721 initiated.
Commencing attack.
Alright. Okay, let me get myself another servitor and just tell it to go all the way to here, because I want to build like a barracks here, just so I don't have to have my units go from all the way back here.
Will. Yes, Lord.
So like, here actually I probably want these guys to move.
Yes, Lord.
Get a barracks like right there.
Initializing build
And then
protocol.
also get
Build routine
Mission Cult.
721 initiated.
Boom, forward base.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Lord.
I don't know. I guess I could get more plasma things here if I really need it, but who cares? What we do need, however, is supply stuff and all the upgrades. Get all of them. Why not?
Faith is our shield.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I miss macro a little bit here, so it's just gonna be a little bit of sitting around.
Here to serve.
Actually, you know what? You could go start this
With all
building.
due haste.
That'll speed things up. Surprised the orcs haven't attacked. Makes me wonder if they're like building up a big force or if they're just kind of passive right now. It could go either way with these old games where are like, what is the AI behavior today? Fuck if I know. I mean, it's not as like unpredictable as. I was about to say it's not as unpredictable as Brood War, but it actually might be. I don't know. I'm not sure if I could really predict the AI in this game all that well. To be fair, though, I am much less familiar with this game than like StarCraft and Warcraft, so it could just be I'm not as sure because I'm not as experienced.
We stand ready.
There is no such thing as innocence.
I should probably also get these leaders. That'd be good. That's what a smart person would do.
There is no such thing as innocence, only degrees of guilt.
Whirlwinds and their long-range artillery are being made
Oh, that's
available.
right, we get whirlwinds.
Build them from the machine
Yeah, fuck
cult.
it. Let's
Speaking of
get
what
like
a
3 of
smart
them.
person would do, I'm gonna get some rest.
Okay, go ahead and do that, man. Appreciate you hanging out for a bit here.
Here to serve.
We will crush the enemies of the Imperium.
What's my Twitter, and every time I do a Lord of the Rings ship post, I actually get some activity.
Of the Imperium.
Probably because a lot of people know Lord of the Rings, and it's really easy to understand the shitposts.
Yeah.
Knowledge is power.
Just a shot in the dark. I'm trying to think about what we're about to fight against here. Maybe a bit of a mixed style here. Vultures and rocket launchers on that
There
one.
is no such thing as innocence, only degrees of guilt.
Yes, Lord.
Venerate the immortal emperor.
Do I want to bother with... I feel like Dreadnoughts, despite how good they are going to be a pain here because of how awkward it is to move units through. I think the Whirlwinds will be better here just because they have so much range. So I'm just going to get a fuck ton of them.
Ever vigilant. At your command.
There is no such thing
Yes,
as
my
innocence,
Will
only degrees
you-
of guilt.
I don't know if they're gonna... Did they send any knobs in this mission? I can't remember. I'm gonna... I'm gonna do that in case they do.
Knowledge is power.
Awaiting orders.
I think as soon as we get like 3 whirlwinds, though, we could probably just push out. We could probably push out now, to be honest, but we're still like reinforcing and stuff.
Chosen.
Oh hey, finally an attack! And it's done.
An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded. There is no such thing as innocence, only degrees of guilt.
Maybe something like that.
Fear not the sight.
Yeah, get another rocket, because rockets are good when you need them. Alright, let's go.
Knowledge is power. Hide it.
Awaiting orders.
Fear not the psycho. My knowledge is at your disposal.
Attacking as ordered. Charge.
Alright. Let's go ahead and get going.
At your command. Commencing attack. Engaging the enemy. Objective on.
An open mind is like a fortress.
Okay. Jump on forward, let's use our melta bombs. And just instantly down that one. This. Oh, did it miss? Or did I not see it go off? It apparently went off.
Beware the enemy. We must first.
Knowledge is power.
Returning to battle.
I am ready.
Okay, whirlwinds back off.
Knowledge is power.
Position secure.
My faith is my shield.
Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment.
Awaiting orders.
Let's go ahead and cue the machine cult up ahead. That's a lot of whirlwinds. Oh, let's also get Servitor up here.
What is your order? Initiating attack protocol 23. Commencing
My
attack.
knowledge is at your
Today the
disposal.
enemy shall know fear.
Okay, God, Gabriel Angels is just going to take a long ass time to get here.
I stand ready.
Here, we can't wait too long.
Protocol 23.
An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded.
Taking heavy
Yeah,
fire.
whirlwinds, I want you kind of positioned here.
Heresy grows from idleness. Activating jump pack.
Hope is the first step on the
Heresy
road to
grows from
disappointment.
idleness.
It's beyond stand ground
Commencing attack.
stance. Yeah, because I think I know what happens here. So whirlwinds just kind of being parked here. Can you actually get in there, or is it just too thick? Whirlwinds might be too thick. Okay. Alright, just stop then.
Beware the alien, the mutant.
Fear not the psycho.
Let's see, can I build any more? Yeah, let's get more.
Yes, Lord?
It may be useful to have these guys up here.
What is your order?
I don't know, something like that.
It's the first step on the road to disappointment.
I await your instructions. With all due
Venerate
haste.
the immortal emperor.
While the enemies of the
An
Emperor
open mind
still
is
draw
like a
breath,
fortress
there
with
can
its
be
gates
no
unbarred
peace.
and unguarded.
Alright, more whirlwinds. Now, how far can they attack with this? Ooh, pretty far. Okay, good. Then that position should be excellent.
There is no such thing as innocence.
Alright, let's go ahead and push.
Only degrees of guilt.
Initiating attack protocol 23.
Because I know what happens here. It's a huge pain in the ass.
What's your order? Engaging the enemy.
is the first step on the road to disappointment.
On alert, brother. Look at that monstrosity. I've heard legends of such beasts, but I've never seen one. Men, concentrate your fire. We must take this creature down.
Put melt bombs on it. Rally. Rally. What is it for rally? It's Y. Okay. Hey, everyone rally. Pretty sure our librarian's about to go down, but that's okay. I'm not worried about that at all. Yeah, all of these things are going at it. That's pretty good.
For the Imperium.
Here, let's go ahead and just throw melted bombs again on these guys. We got the Warboss here. I actually don't want you engaging the Warboss. Warboss will fuck you up here. And now you can jump back in. We don't have our melted bombs out though. Okay, here, can you try to fix that? Go ahead and get a little bit closer. Yeah, it's just gonna be a huge pain in the ass to deal with this Squiggoth. It's basically like a boss enemy. That's kind of what we're dealing with.
The enemy must be nearby.
We'll get it down eventually. In fact, it may actually now be useful to start getting these if we can get the supply for it. We actually can't. Okay. Never mind. There's so many tanks though that I think we'll be okay. It's just basically like, hey, what if we just blow up the entire like bridge here? Eventually things will die. Of course their accuracy's kind of ass, so sometimes we're just gonna hit our units. It's arguable that maybe I shouldn't have built whirlwinds for that reason. But like this is also so narrow that I don't think building dreadnoughts would have been all that much better, to be honest. Do jump over here. We need to deal with these tanks. So I want my tanks now focus on their tanks. Those tanks are going to be a problem.
At your command. Taking damage.
What would you have me
At
do?
your command. At your command. Activating jump pack.
Oof. They're struggling. If we can just get a melted bomb on that, there we go. That makes me happy.
At your command.
It's the first step on the road to disappointment.
Okay. What am I looking for? My brain is searching for something.
Venerate the immortal emperor.
Never got that.
At your command. We stand ready.
Well, Whirlwinds, I need you to stay focused on these. Here, assault guys, move your asses back. Try to get the Warboss down. fact, let me check objectives. Do we just need to kill the Warbosses? Or do we need to end the entire base? Okay. Alright. The Squiggift is almost down, so once we get that down, we'll be in a much better state.
Fear denies faith.
Yeah, let's get these guys going on their stuff faster.
I command in the name of the Emperor.
Is the first step.
Marine squad deployed. Yes, my lord. Commencing attack.
Alright, Squiggift down, Squiggift down. Ow.
Faith is our shield. We are the Emperor's chosen. We stand ready. Awaiting orders. Yes, my lord. Fear denies. Marine squad deployed. Awaiting orders.
See, just trying to get stuff
Awaiting
going.
orders. Faith is our shield. Faith is our shield.
Knowledge is power.
Beware the alien, the mutant, the heretic.
Okay.
Awaiting orders.
The bridge is ours.
Ever vigilant.
Okay, hold on.
Initiating attack.
Don't go too
Squad
close.
deployed. Yes, my lord.
Nope, nope.
Commencing
Back up,
enemy
back up.
attacking. Faith is our shield. Fear denies faith.
We just generally attack that area.
Direct us to the enemy.
We just want to recover on the bridge for now.
At your command. At your command. What is your order? At
See
your
like
command.
that.
Fear not the Psyker.
Death from above.
Alright, I think we're doing okay. Let's get these guys. Okay.
I await your instructions.
I just realized I never upgraded these. I should be doing that.
Heresy grows from
Fear
night.
not the Psyker.
But yeah, this is one thing that's kind of nice about tanks
On the road to
in this game
disappointment.
is that artillery actually has artillery range.
Gates unbarred
It's
and
really,
unguarded.
really far range.
I stand ready.
But they also have like artillery accuracy, which is to say that you will attack, tell them to attack this, and they might sometimes stay right there. So you have to be a bit careful.
My knowledge is at your disposal.
Beware the alien.
My knowledge
Okay,
is at your disposal.
Gabriel Angelos is catching up with us.
What is your order?
An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment.
All right, let's move forward. We're gonna try to prioritize buildings with our whirlwinds.
An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded.
Commencing attack. Engaging the enemy. We are the Emperor's chosen.
Okay.
For the Emperor. Death from above. We will crush the enemies of the Imperium.
Your whirlwinds, just kind of move yourself up here.
Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. There is no such thing.
Yeah,
as
moving beyond the
innocence,
bridge is like the
only
first
degrees
pain.
of guilt.
Attacking as ordered. Commencing attack. Heresy grows.
Okay, I see a good target for our assault marines.
Open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded.
Fear denies faith. Preparing to take fire. Target that vehicle. You will stand your ground. Never vigilant.
We're gonna melt the bomb on this, please.
Fear denies faith. None shall smite us.
My knowledge is at your disposal.
Fear denies faith.
Okay, rally.
Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment.
Direct us. Charge. We will crush the enemy on the air. Hold faith.
Okay, come over here.
Yes, my
soon as I see that enter the ring, throw it. Okay.
I stand ready.
Alright, get our main force just kind of coalescing. Kind of feeling like I should mostly build rockets here, because I just kind of want to destroy their bases. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, you guys get the hell out. Here, you guys focus on that. I want my main Space Marine force just moving in right here.
Yes, most beneficent one.
And our whirlwinds can kind of just like seize the base from a distance. Okay, because that's just. I thought this was a building for a second there. It's actually not.
I stand ready.
I command in the name of the Emperor.
Direct us to the enemy.
And we don't need it.
Attack rose from idleness.
There is no such thing as innocence, only degrees of guilt.
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium. My aim shall not fall.
Alright, everyone go forward. Here, actually, you guys focus here. Orwin, you focus the stronghold.
An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unguarded.
Oh, they have two strongholds. Okay. Here, try to focus you. I mean, yeah, you guys are going down which is fine. Actually, you guys have jump packs. You might be able to escape. Okay, you managed to not die.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
An open mind is like a fortress with its gates
All right.
unguarded.
Yeah, those whirlwinds do a ton of work for us. Just look at that. It's a full group.
I stand ready.
What's still left? Do I need to capture? I probably need to bring down the strategic points.
Heresy grows from idleness.
Because I guess that would still count as their buildings being here. Is there...
At your command. Initiating attack protocol 23.
I bet there's stuff down here. Yep. Yeah, so I guess Assault Marines don't pair terribly well with whirlwinds, but like, whatever. When you just need to get the buildings down, you just need to get the buildings down. What is still counting as alive right now?
Initiating attack protocol 23.
Ah, right here.
For the Emperor. Commencing attack. Attack your command. Engaging the
Okay, now are we good?
Initiating attack protocol 23. Initiating attack protocol 23.
Venerate the immortal Emperor.
Faith is our shield.
Jump this way?
Activating jump pack.
They didn't retake this, did they?
At your command. Charge.
No.
Initiating attack protocol 23.
Oh, I see.
Awaiting orders. For the glory of the Imperium. Fear denies faith.
Okay, there. That should be the final building. Because everything else here is cleared.
Heresy grows from idleness.
Alright, there we go.
Regrouping.
Brother Tanthius?
Burned beyond recovery of his gene seed, along with Brother Michaelis. Nothing was left of them save for ash. They burned from the inside out.
Anything else to report?
The Orc Warboss has been destroyed, but we saw a dropship leave the area. Captain, she bore the 8-pointed star.
The mark of the ruinous powers of chaos. The forces of chaos? Here? Now? Tartarus has endured several Black Crusades led by the terrible Chaos Champions. However, it seems too convenient that orcs and these heretics are here at the same time. But I trust the eyes of our scouts. Isidore, do you sense anything?
No, I have sensed nothing. But if the nature of Brother Tanthius' demise is any indication, then they would have a sorcerer with them who would be capable of masking their presence. Especially with all the background static caused by the orcs.
Ah, our honored guest has arrived. Who is it?
Inquisitor Mordecai Toth, protector of the Emperor's divine word and will.
Is he here to take command?
An Inquisitor may have near unlimited power. Yes, he can commission the service of any Imperial citizen, from peasant to planetary governor, but...
I shall not cede command of my Space Marines to him, Inquisitor or not. Then why is he here? Does he suspect one of us of heresy? He is an Inquisitor. They suspect everyone of heresy. If chaos taints this world, then that explains his presence. We must share with him what we discovered. Inquisitor Toth, welcome to Tartarus.
Thank you, Captain. But we have little time for courtesies. You and your men must leave Tartarus. Now.
I think I have 1 or 2 more missions in me for today. We'll see how the next mission goes, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, so one thing about this campaign is that it does kind of split itself into like acts a little bit, and we basically just finished the first act of the campaign, where it's like all focused on the orcs. Now we're going to start focusing on some of the different enemies that exist. So we'll go ahead and just proceed.
The orcs have been repelled, and the Warboss has been defeated. But this war is far from over. The orcs still threaten to overcome several major population centers, and could mass more than a large enough force to overwhelm the Imperial armies present on the planet. We have bought time, nothing more. But this is no longer a primary concern. Our scouts have recovered evidence that the forces of chaos, the great enemy, may be operating on this planet, right under our very noses. We must face this foe wherever they stand. If there is even a chance that they are here, we must seek them out and destroy them. Inquisitor Toth is demanding that we leave the planet, but of all the powers his position grants him, commandeering a Space Marine company is not one of them. I must admit that I find his presence unwelcome so soon after the events on my homeworld of Cyrene. Inquisitors have a way of inflaming a guilty conscience, and that I do not need right now.
All right, let's go ahead and move forward with this mission. Also, I love how this like map screen gets just gradually more and more chaotic, which I suppose is fitting. It is the 40k universe after all. A new lead.
This warp storm could trap us here for a month or for a century. We cannot risk staying here. We must evacuate Tartarus before it arrives in 3 days' time.
The Imperial Guard and Holy Fleet can attend to the evacuation. The Blood Ravens have more pressing matters to contend with.
Such as?
I believe agents of chaos have taken strong root here.
I sense no taint here. Even so, were there a chaos presence on Tartarus, it is better we leave them here with the orcs than waste more lives fighting them. We could wish no worse fate for either of our enemies, and to be trapped with the other. But we must leave here now.
That is a matter for my brothers and I to decide. We will use these 3 days to settle our affairs and satisfy our suspicions. Meanwhile, you have our transports to facilitate evacuation.
Colonel Brom, the captain and I must attend to matters of faith. If you would leave us, please.
But surely this involves me as a...
Forgive me for not being clear on the matter. I said please, when in fact I meant now.
This does involve him. You should have shown him a modicum of respect.
Captain, you uncovered extensive heresy on your home world. Cyrene, was it?
That has nothing to do with the events here on Tartarus.
But I believe they do. You requested the Inquisition undertake an exterminatus, the destruction of your planet's entire populace, which we obliged.
I still fail to see...
Captain, I am not questioning your loyalty, but I must wonder if your actions on Cyrene have not affected your judgment. Perhaps that was a poor choice of words. I merely fear that you might see chaos, but it does not exist. I ask that as a loyal subject of the Emperor, you serve the Imperium's interest before your own agenda.
What's interesting to me...
Captain, that Inquisitor
Okay,
had
let
no
me
right
hold
to
that
speak
thought.
to you in such manner. But perhaps he is right. The coming storm will trap our enemies here, where they can consume one another.
And what if the forces of chaos escape the system before the storm? No. We will not use this freak occurrence as an excuse to avoid our enemies, or our responsibility. They are here for a reason, and we will discover that reason.
We are with you, brother Captain, as always.
The humans are coming your way in full force. You should hear their heavy feet long before you see them, and smell them long before that.
Orbital Command has indicated a dropship landed in this general proximity. We've discovered a path, Captain. It's obvious someone has been digging here.
Cut by orcs?
I've never seen an orc lend such a careful hand to a task.
If it wasn't orcs, then it must be the forces of chaos. We will follow this path and discover the truth behind what has transpired here.
Oh. So what I find interesting about that conversation between the Inquisitor and...
My faith is my shield. The sacred artifact will now be available to us. Construct it, and we will have access to powerful abilities.
We will crush the enemies of the Imperium.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and get some power going right away.
At your command, the enemy is in our sights. Our aim is
Let's research infiltration.
Scouts awaiting orders.
What's interesting to me, like now that I know more about 40k lore, that conversation between Inquisitor Toth and Captain Force Commander Gabriel Angelos is more interesting to me because, like, the Inquisitor is the one saying, like, hey, maybe there isn't, like, chaos here, which is really weird because typically
Yes, most beneficent one.
the Inquisitors are the ones that are paranoid about that shit.
I will do as you ask.
So it's kind of interesting. Anyway, so he has Smite just like the Librarian does, but he also has Weaken Resolve, a psychic attack that crushes the spirit of an enemy squad. Okay, so basically to just like damage their morale.
What's your order? We will crush the enemies of the Imperium.
Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment.
heritage.
Here, I may want
the Inquisition.
these guys
shall
on
crush
one
you
hotkey.
beneath my inquisitorial boot.
Here, actually, I'm gonna put you
Scouts
on
awaiting
hotkey
orders.
3. You
Yes,
can be
my
a
lord.
hotkey 2.
Yes, most beneficent one.
Come build a listening
Initialize
post.
Yes, my lord.
Scouts
protocol.
in position.
Fear denies faith.
None can stand before the Inquisition.
Okay.
I shall
your
crush you beneath my inquisitorial I am
boot.
ready to pass judgment.
Ever vigilant.
Orcs, attack!
I am prepared.
Yes, my lord. Marine squadron.
Here, let's get bolters.
None can stand before the Inquisition.
Wait,
We will crush the
they
enemies
weren't
of the
attacking.
Imperium.
I
They were
am
fleeing.
prepared.
What could
We stand
inspire
ready.
fear in an
Scouts
orc?
awaiting orders.
Here, actually,
Heresy grows.
let the scouts get this.
I am prepared.
We'll push forward with our Space Marines. And do we have this up yet? Yep. Let's go ahead and get those upgrades.
Await your instructions.
Let's get our tech going as soon as we have the money, which actually it's gonna be a bit before we have the money.
None can stand before the Inquisition.
Okay, so we'll just push forward.
Something's not right here. These orc bodies do not look like they were dispatched by Imperial
I am
hands.
prepared.
We must
The
proceed
judgment
with
is at
caution.
hand. Death to the
Ooh,
heretics.
something mysterious is going
By
on.
my command,
Grows from
attack!
idleness.
I am
Eldar,
Are you
Space
mistaken
Marines,
about the
advance!
presence of the forces of
Position
chaos?
Be it
secure.
Eldar or Chaos,
None shall stop.
I will have answers
None
either
can
way.
stand
Press
before
on.
the Inquisition.
Do a smite.
We are the Emperor's troops.
And then he just rallies. Heck, is he better range? No, he's still pretty good melee.
None can stand before the Inquisition.
So yeah, I think I like the
Initiating attack. Engaging the enemy. Ever vigilant.
Scouts ready. Lining up our
I
targets.
await your
Here.
instructions.
come over here, build listening post, except I
Yes, most
misclicked.
beneficent one.
Oh my god.
With all
we go.
Yes, most beneficent one.
Get
Yes,
that going.
most beneficent one.
Awaiting orders. Objective acquired.
Scouts here.
Oh shit.
Awaiting orders.
I am
Yes, my
prepared.
lord.
Here, you run.
Our aim is true. Regroup. Attack.
Run.
Scouts charge. Take them
Don't
down
know
from
if
here.
it's worth it to try to cover them.
Enemy is in our sights. Attack. Regrouping. The enemy is in our sights.
Okay, we're good.
Objective.
Scouts charge. Lining up our targets.
I am prepared.
Did that? Yeah, they killed my
I await
servitor.
your
Of course they did.
instructions.
Of course they did. Which means I should probably make this a turret as soon as I can.
Yes.
Scouts awaiting orders.
I am prepared.
Follow you into battle.
Scouts awaiting orders.
Alright, I guess I'll have scouts hang out with these guys.
I await your instructions.
We'll just let them do this.
Fear denies faith.
At your command.
Let's get grenades.
What is your will? Here to
And
serve.
then you come. Actually, no, you stick around. Where is he, my other guy?
My knowledge is at your
I
disposal.
am ready to pass judgment.
There you are.
With
Get
all
me a
due
listening
haste.
post here, and then you, I want you to become a turret. And then as soon as I can make this one a turret, let's do the same with this. Because being able to, like, deal with those random Eldar attacks might be a little bit easier if these listening posts can defend themselves.
Heresy grows from idleness.
None can stand before the Inquisition.
We stand ready.
I am ready to pass judgment.
Yeah, I think having these guys here should be plenty of defense for the time being. You know what? Actually, it occurs to me this guy actually is better off being attached to a group. Though, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, I probably should have him attached to a group.
Taking command.
So you know what? I'm actually going to remove him
stand
from
before the Inquisition.
this group. These three should be plenty good.
Beneath my
We are the
inquisitorial
Emperor's chosen.
I am prepared.
Upgrade this. And then you, I want you to build me... God.
Charge.
I think I could fit one right here. And then I want you to build me one of these as soon as we can as well.
I will do as you ask.
So I want to make sure our power doesn't fall behind.
I am prepared.
Yes, my lord. Scouts here.
Okay.
We will take them
Scouts,
down
go
from
ahead and
here.
do that thing you're known for. Actually, you know what? Speaking of scouts, I actually may want to get... Let's get like... Maybe a third group here?
Scouts reporting for duty. Scouts here. Scouts ready. Scouts awaiting orders. Scouts reporting.
Because I have an idea of what to do with the scouts here.
Orders.
Apothecaries are standing by to tend to our wounded. Build them at the sacred artifact.
Ah, yes, apothecaries. Alright, let's get 2 apothecaries. One for each squad.
Apothecary ready.
I do like how quickly the apothecaries train.
How can I serve? Apothecary ready.
But yeah, apothecary is basic, in case you don't know and you're watching this.
Death or healing.
They basically just provide healing for squads.
Attack.
Can you attach to that, please?
Movement
There we go.
wisely.
Also, might be useful to get another Space Marine group over here.
What is it you desire?
At your command.
Alright, get a bunch of snipers. That's what I'm thinking here. I'm thinking I take a bunch of sniper scouts and I kind of sneak them by. And I think I'm hoping this is a big brain idea and not just like smooth brain. Because I think if I can sneak them on by, I can have them go through here. And because there's enemies up on this like cliff face, I'm thinking I could out sneak them.
Scouts,
So let's go ahead and try that.
Our aim is true.
Unless they have detection, in which case,
Our aim is true.
you know, that sucks. But if they don't have detection, this might actually be quite big brain.
Enemy is in our sights. We will take them down from here. Our aim is true.
In fact, I think I might need to... Let's make our own skull probe. Actually, no, skull probe's probably
Yes,
gonna
my
get...
lord.
Well,
Scouts ready. Targets.
is skull
Scouts
probe also
charge.
invisible? I can't remember. Yes, it can. Okay. Yeah, just go ahead and make your way up here.
Scouts in position. Attack. Scouts charge.
So I don't think they have detection,
Lining up
considering
our
they just walked
targets.
through that trench just
Attack.
totally fine.
Attack. Our aim is
I
true.
am ready to pass judgment.
Also,
I await your instructions.
this might be better to build like over here, come to think of it. Or maybe... you.
Yes, most beneficent one.
The battlefield awaits.
I await your instructions.
Build that there.
Yes, most beneficent one.
None shall stop us.
Just give us more
What is
power.
it you desire?
None can stand
Scouts
before
awaiting
the
orders.
Inquisition.
Oh. That actually has the 8-pointed star on it. Alright.
We will take them down from here. Our aim is true. Lining up our targets. Our aim is true.
Yeah, because there's some Eldar units.
Yes.
Lining up our targets. Scouts ready. Attack! Yes, my lord. We will take them down from here. We will take them down from here. At your command.
Alright.
Yes?
Yes.
I am ready to pass judgment. I am prepared.
Faith is our shield.
Let's get that going.
Yes?
What are your needs?
Yes?
Oh,
here.
yeah, attach yourself to that.
What are your needs?
Yes.
Get your leaders.
Scouts awaiting orders.
I am ready to pass judgment.
Get these upgrades going. Actually, that's good. No, actually, yeah, that's fine.
What is it you desire?
I am ready to pass judgment. Yes? None can stand before the Inquisition.
Yes. Hmm?
None can
Okay, let's
stand
activate
before
the prompt that gives
Inquisition.
us the... I think we're supposed to attempt to walk in here, and then we activate a prompt that gives us the transports.
Their judgment is at hand.
So let's do that.
Their judgment is at hand.
Dark Reapers, fall back. We need Rhino transport tanks.
I
There
shall
we go.
They will allow us to
beneath my
get through unscathed
inquisitorial
and attack the Dark Reapers on those cliffs above.
Yes?
Rhino
There
transports
we
are
go.
now available. Build them at the machine cult.
Also, I need more of this and this going for me.
Yes, Lord.
None can stand
Yes.
before the Inquisition.
What is it you desire?
At your command. Scouts ready.
Okay,
Attack.
I see that they
Scouts
move
here.
forward a little bit.
Scouts awaiting orders. Scouts charge. Lining up our targets.
Alright.
How can I serve?
Rhino transport deployed.
Hmm?
Embark.
Okay.
Rhino here.
Okay, looks like I can only fit one group per...
Fallen shall be forever remembered.
Per,
as the Emperor's finest. Squad embarking.
per thingy. Transport.
I am ready to pass judgment.
Rhino here. We bring his will. What are your needs? Rhino transport deployed. The battlefield awaits. Rhino transport
Here to serve.
Alright. Come on, get in the transport, everyone. So here's my thinking. I take these guys.
Scouts awaiting orders.
None can stand before the Inquisition.
Rhino ready. We bring
I'm thinking I take these guys and I just tell them to go over here.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my
But
lord.
I reveal these guys. And yeah, considering we just eliminated an entire squad like that, I think that was actually fairly big brain.
We will take them down from here.
Snipers are pretty good.
Rhino here. The enemy is attacking. Deployed. How can I serve? Attack.
I am ready to
What
pass
are your
judgment.
needs? Rhino here. Move out.
How can I
And
serve?
then you
We will destroy the
drop that off.
The fallen shall be forever
None
remembered
can stand
as the
before
Emperor's
the
finest.
Inquisition.
That was pretty clean.
Scouts here.
I'm happy with myself on that one.
Attack.
Alright, increases maximum health, recharge rate of Force Commander and Librarian. Let's go ahead and upgrade our
Yes,
heroes
my
a
lord.
bit.
How can I serve?
I am ready to pass judgment.
Alright,
I shall crush
is it you
beneath my
desire?
Scouts in
inquisitorial
position.
boot.
alright, let's have our
Enemy is in our
scouts
sight.
re-stealth,
Lining up our targets.
and then head in here.
Yes, most beneficent one. Yes, Lord.
Attacking as ordered.
I'm proud of myself for how that played out. It may have taken me a while to set that up, but like once I did that,
Scouts awaiting orders.
I think that was pretty good. Let's get some Whirlwinds. Let's also get like another Space Marine group. Yeah, let's get a couple more actually.
Yes? How can I serve?
Scouts here.
How can I serve?
You know what? Actually,
Squad is
utilize
close.
the transports again.
Rhino transport is prepared. The fallen shall be forever remembered as the Emperor's finest.
So I want to see if there's like a spot here. Actually, let me, in case they have detection, I'm gonna do like a just in case save, which apparently is a title I already have, which is good. I mean,
our aim is true.
I want to see if there's a good position I could
from here.
get these guys
Scouts
in.
here. Scouts here.
We will destroy the enemy pad. Death has arrived.
Scouts here. Yes, my lord.
Marine squad deployed.
Scouts ready. Scouts in position.
Hmm.
Attack! Attack! The enemy is in our sights. Scouts charge.
All right.
Attack!
Just be on the backside then. That way we could do a flanking maneuver.
I am prepared.
Scouts in position.
Rhino here.
All right, let's just charge on in.
We will destroy the enemy. We will
Marine
destroy
squad
the
deployed.
enemy.
Taking damage.
Rhino here. We bring his will. We bring his will. We bring his will.
Yeah, just deploy.
None can stand before the Inquisition.
Rhino transport is prepared.
Yes?
What are your needs?
Yes?
The battlefield awaits.
Yes, my lord. Our aim is true.
Yes?
What are your needs?
None
All right.
can stand before the Inquisition.
Triangulating attack coordinates.
Go over here.
Rhino ready. Squad deployed. Rhino here.
Did I lose one of the rhinos? That's fine. I'm not terribly invested into the rhino transport. Oh no, here's the one. Which actually,
How can I serve?
Yes.
Embark. The fallen shall be forever remembered as the Emperor's finest. We stand ready. None shall stop us.
okay, come and capture this for us.
Orders. Scouts in position.
I am ready.
Scouts awaiting orders.
Okay, let's move our whirlwinds
Your
forward.
command. Yes, my lord. None shall stop us. Commencing attack.
Scouts ready.
Go ahead and
Lining up
infiltrate.
our targets. We
Scout
will
ahead.
take them down from here.
None can stand before the
Yes,
Inquisition.
my lord. At your command.
Whirlwind artillery tank here.
Yes, Lord?
We will crush the enemies of the Imperium.
Oh,
Scouts here. Scouts in position.
I am prepared.
At your command. Attack. Scouts charge.
walk on the right
Our aim
pass.
is true. Scouts charge.
So this is kind of like
Our
StarCraft.
aim is
It's kind of like StarCraft. It's not. It's like StarCraft in the sense that it's an RTS and it's set in a space.
At your command. The enemy is in
So this is a. It's set in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. If you don't know.
What is it you desire?
I am prepared.
What is it you
And so you can
desire?
think of like Space Marines here as like extra powerful Terran Marines.
How can I serve?
Yes, most
What
beneficent
is it you
one?
desire?
Commencing attack.
Get me. Honestly, just those are pretty good.
We
Go
are the
capture
Emperor's
this.
chosen.
Scouts awaiting orders.
I am ready to pass judgment.
Yes, my lord.
I feel like okay, yeah. I knew there was another whirlwind I should have.
They will never see it coming. Whirlwind artillery
Scouts awaiting
Okay.
orders.
Scouts, be
Scouts
stealth
charge.
ahead.
Scouts awaiting
What
orders.
is it you desire?
How can I serve?
How can I serve?
We stand ready.
How can I serve?
Alright.
Squad embarking.
Go into the Rhino transports. See, I'm looking into it because I was gonna 3D print some of the pieces
When
needed for a
one
board
enemy attacks
game.
another, it does not mean they aren't enemies.
Cool.
Just that they are living up to their lack of honor.
And those who lack honor
Scouts
deserve
awaiting
death.
orders.
Okay, so there's an orc base over there. I'm not gonna send my scouts over there. They will die. Instead, I'm gonna just try to get to the back of the Eldar expansion here. Have them unstealth and go ahead and attack. Okay, scouts are in a bad position. Drop your stuff. Alright. I think I lost Toth. Where is he? Did I lose Toth? Oh, there he is.
Softly.
Yeah, so I had some on Thingiverse, but I don't know exactly what I need. Probably won't learn anything by this video game. You can learn quite a bit. I mean, this game was my introduction to the 40k universe. So it's not a bad way to learn about the...
Yes, my lord.
How can I serve?
Oh, that's why you're dying. Yeah, don't engage the orcs.
Yes, my lord. True.
Let our whirlwinds do
My
that.
faith is my What is it you desire?
Like, let's go ahead and destroy the orcs here.
Beware.
We'll let our heroes hold the front.
What is it you desire? Establishing a secondary base near this location will give us a forward position with which to engage the enemy.
As ordered.
The rest of these guys are already moving forward.
How can I serve?
Scouts ready. We will take them down from
What are
here.
your needs?
We will destroy the enemy.
Scouts awaiting orders.
This game feels pretty clunky compared to Warcraft 3, but in a weird way it's also like a lot more interesting. Like the fact that it is so clunky. Here, let's get more whirlwinds up here.
Praise the Emperor.
And then... God, this is... Where? I feel like...
Yes, Lord.
Commencing attack.
Did I ever capture this? No.
Stand
Okay.
ready.
Okay, that's fine. Here, you capture that. You guys move up here.
He who stands with
We stand ready.
Yes, most beneficent one.
Attacking as ordered.
What would you have me do? How can I serve? This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
We will take them down from here. Scouts charge.
Consolidating position of the objectives chosen. Commencing attack. Attacking as ordered.
How can I serve?
We stand
Okay.
ready. Yes, my lord.
Go ahead and get that.
Yes, most beneficent
And we'll
one.
let the Eldar keep that one, it's whatever.
Glory of the Imperium.
With all
How can
due
I
haste.
serve?
Whirlwind here. They will never see it coming.
What is it you desire?
What's your order? We stand ready.
Scouts awaiting orders.
Alright, so I lost one of my scout groups, but that's okay. The other two are still alive. Scouts with snipers are pretty good. I'm liking that.
At your command.
Their ability to just pop someone's head is so good.
Mission
Otherwise they kind of suck, but...
Here to serve.
with snipers though, man, they're amazing.
Build routine
Direct us to the
721 initiated.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
Rhino ready. Rhino ready.
Fear not the sight.
What would you have me do?
Yes.
Scouts here.
Scouts, go ahead and infiltrate and do that thing called scouting.
Rhino transport is prepared. Whirlwind here. Whirlwind artillery tank here.
And just spam those whirlwinds for me. Send them right up here.
Whirlwind artillery tank here.
Yeah, I'm thinking this will probably be my last mission for this game today. So I feel like I can kind of feel my brain starting to get a little bit sluggish.
Command.
My aim shall
So I've
not
probably
falter.
been.
Space Marines,
I'll probably
advance.
move on to something else after this
What is it you desire?
mission.
Scouts awaiting orders.
Attack. What is it you desire?
Taking damage.
Whirlwind here.
Our aim is true. Scouts ready.
So, all infantry near the librarian continues to take damage, but will not die while this is active. Not bad.
How can I serve?
Okay.
Rhino transport is prepared.
What is your order?
Here, go ahead and get
Commencing
this.
attack.
Rhino transport is
Scouts
prepared.
ready. Lining up our targets. Attack. We will
While the
take them
enemies
down
of the
at your
Emperor still
command.
draw breath, there can be no peace.
They will never see it coming.
How can I serve?
Rhino ready.
What would you have me
At
do?
your command.
Alright.
Our aim is true.
So
We
this is
will
the
take
last
them down from
area here. I think we're not too far. This is like the final objective, so I think we're pretty close to a victory here.
Emperor protects. By my command.
Scouts ready.
Attack.
Scouts in position. Lining up our targets. Our aim
Here,
is
get
true.
over here, because you do not want to be in melee range of Howling Banshees. They will tear you apart.
Yes.
Oh no!
my lord.
Run!
Our aim
Run,
is true.
bitch, run!
Today the enemy shall know
Yes.
fear.
Scouts here.
Everyone move in. Go, 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 go.
Scouts in position.
What is it you desire?
Yes, my lord.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw
And those guys are super dead. Oh well, the scouts served us well while they were alive.
We bring his will.
Move out.
on alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
See, I'm looking into it. Is there a place to get it for free? Like, you mean this game specifically, or like Warhammer stuff in general? Is Repack Games a safe site? I don't know what Repack Games is, so I can't answer that for you.
How can I serve?
Taking heavy fire.
Yes, Lord?
You know what? Build me a chapel barracks
I will
here.
do as you ask. I await your
I
instructions.
may need reinforcements.
Today the enemy shall
But yeah, I just got this game on Steam like a few years ago.
The Inquisition has arrived.
Imperial Guard, charge!
Whirlwind here. Preparing whirlwind missile battery to fire. Whirlwind here.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath. While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be
We are the Emperor's chosen. Commencing attack. Charge. We will crush the enemies of the Imperium.
praise the Emperor. What is it you desire?
Okay, I think I finally cleared this group out.
Whirlwind artillery tank here.
Beware the alien. The mutant.
None can stand before the
Scouts
Inquisition.
here. Attack.
The scouts go over on this
Our aim is
side
true.
and infiltrate.
The enemy is in our sights.
Whirlwind artillery tank here.
Alright, so I think this ledge will be a very good place to park our tanks.
Whirlwind artillery tanks deployed.
And here we can just spam some Marines over this way.
Yes. He who stands with me shall be my brother.
And then
Yes, most beneficent one.
more whirlwinds in case we need that.
Today the enemy
I
shall
doubt we
be
will.
here.
Alright, let's go ahead and push forward.
Scouts here. Attack. Scouts charge.
Whirlwind here. Whirlwind artillery tank
Marine
here.
squad deployed.
Oh, okay, that was it. Alright. We did it. I thought there was more.
So the good Inquisitor senses no chaos here. How fortunate for the Imperium that such keen-eyed eagles stand vigil over her gates.
What dark crafts have these Eldar invoked?
None. At least not here. The servants of Chaos sacrificed this poor guardsman themselves.
To what end, Isidore?
I know not. I believe the altar is a marker, a waypoint in a map that leads elsewhere. Someone defaced many portions of text. Regardless of what Chaos seeks here, the altar requires a sacrifice of blood, or more likely, a life.
Brother Isidore, you have an hour to study the altar. Document everything as is our tradition. Then burn it, lest its taint infect us all.
But Gabriel, there is much to learn from here. We should not be too eager to...
Learn what? Chaos does not teach. It misleads and it betrays. There is nothing to learn here, save for our next course.
Alright.
These transports have been damaged somehow. Make the repairs, and be quick.
Well, brother Isidore, what betrayal have you wrought? Disabling your own vehicles? Harboring artifacts despite your good captain's instructions?
Gabriel does not understand. He does not appreciate the significance of this.
Oh, but I do.
Quiet, heretic. Once I find what you seek, I will use it against you for the glory of the Emperor and my brothers.
You wish to deal me a harsh blow, to prove your strength and worth. Well, then come to me. I wait at Mount Korath.
Have no fear, sorcerer. I will be there.
Alright, so the plot starts to unfold in front of us. Like I said, though, this will be my last mission for today. I can kind of feel my brain just like... I don't know, I feel like too much RTS at once and my brain like gets like a little bit like slow. So I'm going to stop that now for here. We will... I'm actually not entirely sure when I will continue this. Because I think we're going to start... I didn't mention this earlier, but we're going to start Together Tuesdays with ResDog on like next Tuesday. So normally, like when I was doing Warcraft 3, I would do that like Tuesdays and Fridays. Today's Friday, but I don't think I'm going to continue this on Tuesday because of Together Tuesdays. So this will probably be continued a week from now, so, you know. But if you want to catch more, hit the follow button and all that stuff. In the meantime, I'm going to take a break. When I come back, I think we'll do some Kingdom, which is a lot more relaxing than this game and much more chill. So, we'll go ahead and take my break now. Okay. Okay. And here we are, once again in Kingdom. Oh, hello. Okay, there we go. Let's get some more people right away. Oh, let me go grab that. Yeah, I forgot how... It's been a while since I played Dawn of War, so I kind of forgot how, like, that game does get taxing on me after a while. Because there's just, like, a lot going on. But also not. I don't know, it's just weird. It's hard to describe what happens in my brain when playing an RTS like that. Also, why are all these guys in the same hunting ground? They're not going to be very efficient. Can you please go left? God damn it. Look at this, there's 3 bunnies over here. If we had one guy going left, you realize how great that would be? I don't know what causes them to, like, do this, by the way. Like, something about, like, the first day gets a little bit weird sometimes. Where, like, they just all want to be on the same side for some reason. It's weird. Okay, let me try to just get more people right now. Oh, there's one right there, actually. Okay, can I get one more point? Before making the mad dash. You know what, maybe I just accept having... Yeah, because at this point it's too late to go try to grab more people. I could get this guy a bow. That's better use of my money right now. 5 people, first day. Not as good as I would like it to be, but they all decided to be on the same side, which means money was not coming through fast enough. Oh well, that's okay. Sometimes that's just the way of things. But yeah. But I think I got about as far into that Dawn of War campaign as I was kind of expecting to be. I was like, oh, I'll probably be able to get through the whole Orc section and then maybe a little bit into the Eldar section. And that's pretty much exactly what happened. I did the first 4 missions, which were all like Orc focused, and then the first Eldar mission. So probably next time we'll finish out the Eldar and maybe start a little bit of the Chaos, maybe not, but I guess it depends on how much energy I have and like how much my brain can keep up with things. Because it's also been a while since I played Dawn War, so I'm also just like a tad rusty. Let's just upgrade our base right away. Nice purple banner with a Hydra. That's cool. Oh my god, how did you miss? It was 3 feet in front of you. Oh well. Sometimes that happens. Anyways, let's let's do some scouting here. We want to actually get information. Oh, there's a treasure chest over here. Oh man, maybe I should have just come out here on the first day. You know what? I also had a gut feeling that I should have done that. The game was speaking to. Oh wow. Okay. That's a surprisingly close portal. Okay. So no real area of expansion available on the right. Actually, let me try to explore beyond that portal, as risky as that is. Looks like it does open up into a meadow. So I guess what I'm thinking is okay. Just run, just run, just run, just run. Okay. I guess what I'm thinking is I should definitely expand in the left direction, but push the right as soon as possible. Just so that the right can actually do something. Because the right's going to be heavily inhibited by the fact that the portal is before the meadow and not after it. Because that sucks. Like, it sucks to have the meadow be after it. But at least it's right after it, so it's not like I have to, like, do heavy digging or anything like that. You know what? Let's try to just get working on this right now. I think I'll have enough money to protect the workers. Oh yeah, for sure. So I'll just have to manage this guy, make sure he's doing okay. After all, the Emperor protects. Or I guess in this case, the Empress protects. Okay. Your queen cares about you. Yeah, I'm also just gonna go ahead and explore this area. Because I have an okay amount of money and I know it's going to be pretty safe for the time being. Okay, so here's the stone architecture thing. I'm tempted to invest into it right now, but I'm not going to. Because I could easily come back here later. Let's just try to get people and get some valuable scouting information. This is a very deep forest. Yeah. Are you kidding me? Whoa, okay. Okay. So man, we don't have really good pushing locations for either side, but at least on this side, I can expand up to that first recruitment camp. So that's what I'm gonna do. And I'll try to make note of like how many water features I see along the way, because that will tell me like what kind of economy I could expect. I can't count that one because that one will require the destruction of the recruitment camp, and I don't want to do that because I find people to be more valuable than money unless I like literally have like unless I'm like really struggling with finances. But I'd have to be struggling pretty hard. And I think it's very rare for me to do that. Because I find that you just lose too much momentum if you get rid of a recruitment camp. And it's already like halfway through the day. Oof. You want to go get the morning money, just to make sure I get that value. Here, I can also go ahead and recruit on this side. Go ahead and grab this guy and this guy. Okay. Thank you guys for clearing that out. So I think this might be this is the only water feature I made specific note of in my brain. So I think we're gonna have one farm. So that's kind of a bit of a yikes situation. I might need to expend these coins just to save these guys. Depends on whether or not they run. Come on, guys. If you run, I think you'll be okay. Okay, I should have just dropped the coins. Because that became expensive for no reason. I was hoping that this is the thing. I should never expect the workers to actually run fast enough. They never do. Here, I want to recruit the guys at this side. I'm going to leave a coin here in case someone spawns in time, but I don't think they will, to be honest. Alright. So we want to clear these out. I think I can see a mound behind these bushes here. So that's probably going to be where we end up putting our wall, if I had to guess. Let me go get the other guys here. Yeah, I'm thinking about, like... I think one of the things that, like, kind of gets to me about Dawn of War and White, like, feels so weird in my brain, is how controlling your units works. Because they work in squad logic rather than individual logic. Moving units around and moving whole armies as a group is sometimes just a huge pain. But even if it's not necessarily painful, it just kind of feels weird in my brain. Okay, so I guess he gave us hammers because I see plenty of workers here. I consume grass. Let's just leave a coin in case someone spawns here. And then, I don't know, might as well get bow rack filled. But yeah, my main priority right here is to Well, one, I need to let the grass grow beyond this farm, but I want to get this farm. But I also need to make sure there's a wall that can protect it, which will most likely be this one. Oh, shit. You know what? I just need to bribe you. Those workers will not make it home if I don't. So... But now that I have bribed you guys, I'm gonna tell these workers just cut down these trees. And unless there's a mound like right here, this is the mound we're gonna have to work with. And again, I'm gonna have to make sure I let grass grow beyond it before I put up a wall. So I think a lot of my focus here might just be making sure I have guys, because I can't really do too much in terms of infrastructure right now. But I will be able to in a bit. Thank you guys, you're very good workers. I appreciate you. And yeah, I could easily just run in and grab that whenever I need it, so I'm not going to invest it right now because it takes up too much money. Is there another recruitment camp? No. Okay. I could choose to explore this way if I want to. Very carefully, of course. This one also seems to open up right into a meadow. Nice. Okay. Alright, that's all the info I really need at this stage in the game. I think scouting further would be too dangerous. So I guess I should just head to the other side and recruit over there. There you go. Glad I caught the hair on that guy. It caught my attention. I'm like, wait, those pixels look different. Grab the morning money. And let's make sure we get our guys over here. I think I'll end up walking these guys home. Because I have a fair amount of money, and I noticed it was a bit late in the day when I walked in here, so it's possible that there's some imps on their way already. So I'm just gonna get them early. Or actually, no, let me rephrase that. I'm gonna guard them to make sure that they actually do get to the base. I think they'll be fine. Oh, we got another guy here. Come join the kingdom. Do. In a weird way, like, so viewership on this VOD, I'm sure, is going to look kind of low, especially compared to the rest of the week, because I think this week actually was pretty good in terms of viewership. But the Dawn of War stream that I just had, whoa, that is actually a huge attack. I think we're going to be okay. I'm just going to have to tank a little bit. Okay, I guess it is a Blood Moon. Yeah, Blood Moon is like... Early game Blood Moon is actually kind of dangerous. But like, I was kind of ready for this Dawn of War stream to be like very like dead quiet. Like, I actually had what 2 people in chat at some point, so I'm kind of happy with that. Because it's that chat interaction that like really helps a lot. I mean, unless it's like someone being a dick, but you know. But like, I think I've had maybe one person in chat like ever like be a problem in the like almost 5 months that I've been doing this. Yeah, so let's. This is gonna have to be our wall on this side. So like, pretty much, you know, like 99% of the time, people in chat are fucking like either just like awesome or just okay, you know, like I don't really have issues with my chat, which I'm very happy with because I know there's some people who like can very quickly run into the problem of like toxic chats and stuff like that, and I'm glad that hasn't been an issue for me, at least not yet. And if it does, I think I know for some no, I think I know where to look for like some good like people who know how to do moderating because of ResDog, I now know a fair amount of YouTuber people, and I've seen some of them actually. I've seen like one of them in particular do a pretty good job of being a moderator. Like I could see how good he is at just like making sure people feel welcome, but also like shutting down people who are just being assholes, which is great. So that's actually a really useful skill. Like I think it's pretty easy for people to forget that, like, or I think it's easy for people to think that being a Twitch moderator would be like super easy, and on some level it kind of is. Like, but it's almost like I guess maybe being like it's like an online security guard in a way, where it's like if everything's going well, you're basically doing nothing. But when you need to act well, and the guy I'm thinking of has done a pretty good job of that. I think I don't know if I should say like what his name is or not, because I'm not like terribly familiar with him, so I don't know if like he would be comfortable being shouted out or not. But I think he'd probably be fine with it because I don't know. I'm not as like familiar with those people as like ResDog is, so I'm like a little bit more timid about like how much I should be like cheering them on or whatever. Oh shit! I need to upgrade this because I need to be able to get scythes. Why am I talking about moderation? Oh, because my chat's generally been fine. I've had maybe one asshole ever, and I was able to deal with that guy pretty simply. And they weren't even that much of an asshole. It was just like, in fact, it's almost like a thing of like I'm not even sure they realized they were being a dick, but like I was just like kind of, I handled it very quietly. So, and I was like over it in like a day. So, but yeah, I'm generally very happy when there's a chat, even if it's just for a little bit. So the fact that there were at least 2 people that came by, one of them gave me a follow too. So shout out to Skylit Screams on that one. And yeah, it's really nice. It's really encouraging. So, you know, if you're like watching this right now and you're wondering like, what's the best way to encourage someone I like when they're streaming? Probably talk to them. Like, just be in chat. You don't necessarily need to be like super active. Like, you don't have to be like, oh my god, let me tell you about everything, or like, oh, how's your day? You don't necessarily need to be very chatty, but just like being in chat and saying something every once in a while can actually signal quite a bit to the streamer, so long as what you're saying is positive. Like, if you're like trying to like make jokes with them and stuff, and like they laugh at it, like, first of all, you good. That's a good feeling. Because like I've been in some chats where I say something in chat, and then like the streamer like reads it off, and like, first of all, it feels nice to just have the comment read, but it feels even better when like they laugh at it. I don't think I've had too many people try to make me laugh, because most of the time I'm not necessarily trying to make comedic content. So like I don't think I'm necessarily grabbing like a crowd that's like trying to meme all the time. But like, actually, here's what I really like about having a chat. Though this is a very particular type of chat. So like, if I have someone who's in chat and is like, I like it when I'm able to just like have like a whole conversation with someone in chat, which might be something which I'm a little bit worried for. Like, you know, if I do take off, is that going to disappear? You know, like if I become like a big streamer, or even not necessarily huge, but just like successful enough, like partner level type stuff. Am I going to have a chat that moves by too fast for me to really have a coherent conversation with someone? Because I'm a little bit worried about that. Because, oh shit. Run, bitch, run. God, that was like the moment I looked down to grab my cup of water. Anyways, fuck, what was I saying? I don't know, I like having people in chat. I like being able to go back and forth with them and talk about something. Sometimes I'm not going to be very good at that because I might be focusing out on something in the game or whatever. Because, you know, that happens. Like, especially if I'm dealing with like a particularly hard RTS mission or something, I might just be really focused on that. I might not notice chat for a bit, which I want to be better about that. And I noticed today I was a little bit better, or at least I felt like I was doing a pretty good job of like being able to pay attention to chat. So like when I did have those people in chat today, I was like, oh, I'm actually like able to like still do the game, but I'm also able to like make sure I'm like chatting there. Now, to be fair, I am doing like I was just doing the beginning of the campaign today, so it's the beginning of the campaign is usually easier than like the later half of the campaign, right? So we'll see how that goes in the upcoming streams. So, anyways, enough meta talk. I feel like I maybe do that a little bit too much. I don't know what people think. Because on one level, okay, I said enough meta talk, but now I'm going back into it. On one level, I feel like people don't give a fuck. Like, most people don't really give a fuck about, like, you know, the behind-the-scenes type stuff, or, like, the types of mentalities of, like, doing online content or whatever. You know, like, I feel like most people just want the content, which is understandable. Like, that's a totally reasonable position to take. Like, you're there for content. Nobody, like, you never agreed to like be there for like behind the scenes stuff. You You sign up for content, you want content. Perfectly reasonable, right? But on the other hand, there's another part of me that feels like I wish I understood more about like I wish people were like who do content creation were a little bit more open about like what is it like to actually do content. Like what is it actually like, you know, what are the types of things you think about? What are the types of things that like become important to you and stuff? What are the types of skills that become important to learn, for example? Or maybe what are specific tools or programs you need to like pick up? Because like there's almost like this like silent expectation that you're just not supposed to talk about that stuff. But like maybe we should, because maybe if we did, more people would feel like this is something they could do. Because after all, don't we want more people to feel able to do this type of stuff? Like I would love it if more people felt like they could become streamers and that they could become YouTubers if they really wanted to. Now, of course, there's a double-edged sword with that in the sense that like you don't want people to expect to make it as like an online content creator, right? Because that can set up unhealthy expectations. You don't want people to expect that like they could just like start up a stream and like within a year they'll have like, you know, like 100K followers or anything like that. That's like not a realistic expectation. Like you might get lucky and that can happen, but betting on that is dangerous. Right? But you know, I don't know. And I guess the same goes for like any kind of industry. Like, you know, I studied music theory and shit, but I never really feel like I understood how like professional musicians actually do things. Even though I've like talked to like professional musicians and stuff. Like I've had full on conversations. Like I remember having a conversation with someone who was from like Finland or something like that and touring through the US, and they stopped by my high school to help, to like kind of like visit our orchestra, and they like saw us, they kind of observed us play some stuff, and they even like I remember in like they even like did a little bit of coaching for us and stuff, and I remember having a conversation with at least one of, I think, the cellist from this group. Um, and like it was just mostly like, wow, you're going to the Grammys and stuff, that's so cool. But it's like it's weird to know that I've been in that position where I talked to someone who was literally a professional musician and like Grammy level musician, but like I don't really have an understanding of how like they go about the music business. And I don't know why. There's just like this like silent expectation that people just don't talk about this shit and that you're just supposed to figure it out. But why? It's like the whole idea of like, you know, like if you've ever heard like, if you're a young person and you've ever heard like an adult, like most likely your parents say like, hey, you know, like we just kind of figured shit out, man. Like, um, you know, you're not supposed to know what to do with your life. You're just supposed to figure it out as you go. Which on one level, like, yeah, that's kind of correct. But on the other hand, I feel like there's this complete misunderstanding of like, shouldn't we actually know more? Like, aren't we at the point where we like, aren't we in this information age? Shouldn't we actually be able to say a lot more about how to do so many things at this point? And we're just not talking about it because you're just supposed to figure it out. Like, That feels like bullshit. You know? And I get that some people, like, just, they don't need to be told, you know, how to, like, do a lot of things. A lot of people are just going to do it much better just by, like, figuring it out, or they'll be curious enough to, like, completely figure it out completely on their own without any help. Some people just already know how to navigate that type of stuff. Good for them. But, like, it kind of reminds me of, like, I remember being, like, you know, when I was still, like, in high school, I remember, like, I would hear this idea that, like, oh, we should just, like, teach, like, life classes or what. Like, why are we having kids learn about, like, fucking, like, I don't know, some random bullshit. It would vary a lot what would actually be talked about. Like, but, like, I guess, like, a very popular one is, like, you know, why is it important to learn that mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, if we're not going to teach them how to do their fucking taxes? Which, like, on one level, I thought it was just kind of stupid to say that, because it was like, what, you think kids shouldn't know science? But, like, as I've gotten older, I think I've kind of come to understand the sentiment. I still disagree with the phrasing, but the sentiment I now understand. Where it's more about, like, school, the education system as it's currently set up, does not really teach you how to actually exist in real life. It really doesn't. And people who think it does are out of their minds. But that's not to say that our education system is useless or that education is not a thing you should pursue. Obviously, knowing shit is just going to be useful. Let me take an example of, like, a science class that some people might feel like doesn't have everyday applications, but in my opinion, it totally fucking does. It, like, seriously actually has everyday um, life applications, and that would be like a physics class. I think a physics class actually does actually teach you some stuff that, if you really internalize it, helps you out every fucking day. Because, like, for example, if you understand momentum and, like, well, I mean, yeah, if you just understand the concepts behind momentum and stuff like that, you will that will actually help you with driving, because you will have a better sense of, like, when you can let off the pedal and just let your car drift. Because when you're driving, your car has momentum. You press down on the accelerator, you'll go forward and stuff. If you put But, like, your car doesn't magically stop itself if you just stop pressing the accelerator. You still have momentum. This is especially true if you're going downhill, because what happens if you have a big heavy thing on wheels on a slanted hill? Unless there's any braking happening, it's gonna go downhill. So one thing I do very frequently, where it's like, if I'm coming up on a hill and I know I'm about to go downhill, I might have my accelerator, you know, pressed down while I'm kind of making my way down the hills, or especially if it's like I'm going up the hill, I'm gonna have to do that. But once I'm, like, on the point where I'm, like, heading downhill, I let off the accelerator. I just stop drive. I let gravity take me, you know, and then I shift my foot over to the brake in case I need to, like, stop or slow myself down because maybe I'm, like, going too fast. But, like, generally, I just, like, don't even press either pedal, and I just make sure I'm steering the car correctly. And, like, I just let the momentum and gravity take me. And the only reason I have that in my mind is because I conceptualized and internalized what I would learn in physics classes and stuff. Now, that doesn't mean I'm, like, doing all these, like, calculations and stuff. I'm not, like, pulling out a pen and paper and writing out, you know, trying to figure out the amount of force I need to, the exact, like, amount of, like, joules needed to, like, do a thing. Like, I'm not getting specific with it. I could if I really, really wanted to, but like, I don't need to. Because the concepts stand firm even if you aren't doing the specifics. And maybe that's something that people like struggle with the education, with formal education, because I feel like maybe a lot of people just like don't see the point of certain types of more intellectual classes, even though they actually do have fairly wide applications. And the more you know, the more like clues you have to like think about a thing. I just use like basic ass physics and cars and driving around as like an example. But like, there's all sorts of things. Like I know that if you really understand chemistry, that could probably help you a lot with cooking, because you would have a better idea of like what types of acids might create some types of reactions and stuff. Again, that's an everyday thing. That's, in fact, you might be cooking multiple times a day, depending on how much you eat and you know how many people you might be cooking for. So like, I disagree with the notion that like, you know, higher level or more intellectual formal education focus doesn't teach you life skills or doesn't have application in real life. I think that's bullshit. But I do agree with the sentiment that like maybe it would be useful if we were actually taught how taxes work. Because if you ask me, how do taxes work? Uh, like I don't know. Like in terms of like how to file my taxes and shit, I couldn't really go through the details on that. I mean, there's a reason why, at least here in the U.S., like people hire other people to do their taxes for them because, and some of that is because like the U.S. is dumb and makes things complicated for no reason, and that's a policy failure of the U.S. And so is not having not being able to teach your kids this shit either. That's also a policy failure. But like, fuck, what was my point? But like, it might have been useful to have like, you know, maybe even just like a semester long class that was basically like, we'll just take this just to cover a lot of the things of just like running adult life, you know. Because I think we maybe had. I remember there was a day where they had you like, you know, do some of this stuff, but it was like my sophomore year of high school, and it was like once. It was like a day, and I'm like, wow, that was none of that's getting retained because guess what? Like, I can't fucking remember any of what I learned that day because that was like years before I was an adult. So of course it's not going to suddenly become useful. Anyways, I should launch a raid. I don't know why I didn't launch a raid sooner. Now, I do think, you know, some kids are just gonna be like independent enough and savvy enough to like really not need such a class, and maybe there should be like some kind of test that you could take right at the beginning of the semester that basically just says like that if you like pass it, it's like, yeah, you don't need this class. You just don't, which is fine. Like, that's totally fine. Just let them take some other class that they actually want to take, right? I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that are just dumb in the way education. Why am I monitoring this? I don't really need to monitor this. It's the first portal. But yeah, I have a lot of issues with the education system because I just think it does a very poor job of actually teaching you useful skills that matter beyond outside of the realm of school. And then also there's also this obsession with like busy work in a way that I don't think is at all useful. And I think it creates this like unhealthy idea in kids that like they should just expect to have to take their work home with them. But like that isn't healthy actually. That's actually because like in real, like when you're an adult carrying your work with you, unless it's like something that like with some exceptions, like that having to do that is like bad and generally means you're being exploited. There's some exceptions, and especially if you're like, running a business, you might find yourself doing that, but like you're not necessarily being exploited since you're the one running the business, right? But I do feel that people deserve to be able to have work stay at work and not come home with them. I don't know if I make sense to people. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. It's hard to articulate what I don't like about the education system. Or at least I find it hard to describe it to people who don't immediately get what I'm going for. Which I find that to be true of so many things. Like sometimes it'll be like I feel like people get like part of what I'm saying, but not the critical components. Like they might understand like 2 out of 3 critical components, but there's still that third critical component that I want them to understand, and they're not, and it's frustrating. I don't know. I think I stopped making sense like 5 minutes ago. At least that's how I feel. So I'm just gonna move on. Look at that imp just kind of moving its arms. We should call some workers out here and get them working in this field immediately. I'm a little worried, so this is very obviously mounted, but I'm a little worried it's too close to this tree that it might not actually let us build a wall there, but it might also be just far enough that we can't. I don't know. Let's see, how far away is the next portal? Because this is something I do want to know. Okay. do enjoy the atmosphere of this game so much. Like, I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but this game is so good when it comes to its atmospheric design. I like it. I like it a lot. There's a reason why I keep on streaming this game. Like, there may come a point where I'm like, okay, I'm sick of streaming this game, but like, I don't see that time come. Oh shit, they're already here? Holy shit, hold on. That is super early. Okay, maybe it's not as early as I thought it was. But that sucks, because all these guys just lost their hammers. Also, I don't think I can build on this mound, which actually sucks. I think it is just barely too close to this. So I think I have to find another mound. Or I destroy the recruitment camp. Because that might be a good enough reason. Because it's going to be a pain having to, like, do this in other ways. Because I think we really want that wall specifically. Because I'm just, like, thinking about that location, and it's like, oh, that is too valuable. Hmm. Anyways, let me spam some archers here. And let me also look over here real quick. Okay. Sorry. Why did I return to base? Was there an actual specific reason? Oh, build hammers. Because I lost workers. Okay. And having... I feel like Dawn of War feels like really weird to have on my channel when you consider the other games I'm currently streaming. Because it's like, this game and like Wind Waker are like some of the most commonly streamed games on the channel right now. And Dawn of War is such a different type of game. But that's okay. I mean, like, look, I am a variety streamer, right? I like variety, and I'm streaming these games because I like them and I want to share what I enjoy about them with people, right? Here, I'm gonna run through here, and if I need to escape, I'll use the portal. On the other side of the forest, obviously. Uh-oh. I actually can't. Man, I hate it when they send early attacks like that. It's so freaking annoying. Because I wanted to just like check something out over there, and then it's like, oh, they're yeah, y'all need to run, man. Okay, you know what, let's just take the portal to the other side then. Okay. So I want to continue to work on this side. It looks like I could get 2 farms over here. But in order to do that, I'm pretty sure I need to go destroy that recruitment camp. So I could get the mound and turn it into a wall. Which sucks to destroy a recruitment camp, but I mean, there's literally no other mound. So we're gonna call for the destruction of this. I don't like it, but gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. But yeah, Dawn of War just, I don't know, it just feels weird because like Wind Waker is like wholesome, cartoony game. This is like calming, cute pixel art game. And then Dawn of War is like over the top, edgy as fuck. Very chaotic. Not calm at all. But you know, as we go forward here, that might be more fitting of the channel because, like, one, it's not that different from Warcraft 3. You know, it's still an RTS. It's son of a bitch. Okay. Oh my god, I'm actually. This is really frustrating that they're sending attacks so early. It's still daytime. And not like late. It's not like evening yet. Like, look where the glow of the sun is. It's like afternoon. Or like, I guess now it's getting towards evening. I don't know. But like, that's really frustrating when we have early attacks. I do not like that. I'm trying to expand over there, but it takes so long for workers to get there that if an early attack happens, it's just like guaranteed I lose workers. I hate that. It's really annoying. Guess I'll go over here and make sure I recruit this from this camp then. Oh my god. Catch the point. There you go. But yeah, also with Together Tuesdays, which I don't, again, Rez and I haven't talked about like what time we specifically want that to be happening, but Together Tuesdays are probably going to be well, I don't know what time they'll be, to be honest, but the type of stuff we might do, like, because I know one of the games that he's been wanting to do for a while is Battlefield Gothic, and that's also set in the 40k universe. So we might end up doing that, which will additionally make Dawn of War feel like much more at home here, because like, oh, 40k content is something we like here. Which is true, I do like the 40k universe. And I like strategy games and stuff. So, but you know, also, yeah, I don't know for sure what we'll end up doing for Together Tuesdays. At least initially here, because like literally this is just an idea I kind of like mentioned to him like I don't know, a couple weeks ago, week and a half ago, even it's pretty recently. But you know, he and I both like the idea enough, and I think our schedules are going to finally align well enough that we could do so. If you want to know when, you know, what time we're gonna do that and like what we're gonna do and stuff, you should follow me on Twitter. You should follow him on Twitter. He's I believe at the underscore resdog. You could also go to my channel Twitch channel homepage, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll see a suggested channels list. He should be like the first one there, or at least somewhere in there. If he's not the first, like he's in there, you know. It should look like a brown face with a hat. It should look a little bit cute and awkward. And obviously it'll say the Res Dog. So that's his channel. He and I will be doing stuff at least weekly. We might also just do stuff outside of Together Tuesday. Like we might do more co-op content beyond that, but Together Tuesdays will be specifically oriented around co-op content. Whereas like most of my streams are like especially for the first like four months of streaming, it was like I do Zelda, or I'm doing Warcraft 3, and then I'm also doing co-op content with Kelvin. But now what it will be is like, you know, Monday I'll be doing Zelda. Tuesday I'll be doing Monday I'll be doing Zelda and something else. Tuesdays I'll be doing something with Res Dog. Maybe multiple things, maybe one thing. It depends on what we want, you know. And we're totally willing to include other people on Together Tuesdays if other people want to join us, provided we already know them and stuff. Like, you know, so if you're like watching this now, but you don't know me or Res Dog, you're probably not going to be invited to a Together Tuesday stream. But if we come to get to know you, like we've come to know Shunikos, we've come to know Squid, or Toke, we might be willing to do stuff with you on Together Tuesdays. Provided timing and stuff works out. I'm actually going to let that coin sit out there because it might be a good bait and buy some precious time for this last worker. But yeah, follow us on Twitch, follow us on Twitter for announcements, because once me and Rez actually know what we're doing and stuff for Together Tuesdays, we'll make an announcement for sure. Either he'll tweet it out and I'll retweet him, or I'll tweet it out and he'll retweet me, or we both make our own separate tweets about it. I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. But yeah, and I'm not sure what I'll be doing. I think Thursdays are the days I'm not sure, because I think RTS Friday will work out pretty well. Because I've been noticed, at least with Warcraft 3, and I assume this will be the case for Dawn of War as well, that they tend to do better over time. As in, like, they might not necessarily get a lot of views on the day of, but they do see growth over time. And so if I give, you know, Dawn of War the entire weekend, to like grow, like, you know, from now until my Wind Waker stream, I usually, you know, if it's like Warcraft 3 streams, I expect it to actually grow quite a bit in terms of viewership. Because I've noticed that tends to happen. Like, and that happens with the Zelda VODs too. Like, Zelda VODs also grow, and they might normally grow by a bigger number. But, you know, I think in terms of percentage, the Warcraft 3 streams tended to grow more because Zelda obviously brings more people because it's just a bigger name and much easier to get into. But like, I would notice that like Warcraft 3 would benefit from having time for people to just watch it after it was streamed. Now that could mean a few things. That could mean that it's like that maybe I'm streaming it at the wrong time, and that there's actually an audience that wants to watch it, but they're existing at a different time. Or it's people who like to watch it maybe over the course of a day or something like that. So maybe they're not watching it all at once, but they like to watch it, you know, let's say over the course of a day or two. Or something. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Hey, if you're one of those people, and you're especially if you're watching this on YouTube, leave a comment and let me know what your interest in my RTS streams is, because I've been trying to figure out the psychology of my audience and from like what little data I have, and it's very confusing to me. Probably because I have so little data. But like, I would like to understand, like, you know, like if I could like better cater to my RTS audience, I would like to, because I like RTS. I like playing RTS games. So if I have an audience for RTS games, I would like to know what they find intriguing about, you know, how I play or whatever. And like, you know, what, like, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm just like, I want to know more. I want to know more about what my audience, like, what. God, what am I trying to express here? Whoa, that's a lot of money. Like, I want to do, because I know I'm going to do RTS anyways, if there's something I could know more about my RTS audience, that would probably help me do a better job of sharing RTS. Or maybe I'm doing just fine, and maybe all I really need is just like an assurance of like, you're doing fine, man. Just keep being like nerdy and awkward about things. In other words, just be yourself, which like was always going to be my goal. I'm not going to ever like fake a personality or some shit. Like, I don't want to bullshit you guys. But I do want to understand you guys. And I feel like I don't right now. Which is okay. I don't need to have a perfect understanding of everything. That doesn't mean I can't have the desire to know more. I mean, isn't that what fucking, like, philosophers and astrophysicists do? Like, they know they can't know a whole lot about everything, but, like, they still want to know more, right? Like, we know that we can't unlock the mysteries of space anytime soon, but we still really want to know more, right? And you know, that pursuit of knowledge, even when you don't necessarily need it, is what has helped the human race in general just advance so far. I only hope that we don't get ourselves killed because of climate change. You know? Because I am sincerely an optimist for the human race. Like, if we can... Like, I have hopes for humanity becoming, like, some, like, spacefaring interstellar race of people that can, like, do amazing things. But we do have to get through climate change. We do have to survive it. And more importantly, not kill each other over it. Because realistically, like, you know, there's a lot of people who, when they talk about climate change, they talk about how, like, the world itself will kill you. You know, the floods and the natural disasters will kill you. Which, yes, on some level they will. But it isn't like... What's so dangerous about climate change, believe it or not, is not actually the planet becoming uninhabitable, because that's not really going to happen, and except in the most dire, and I mean like the most extremely dire scenarios. So dire that, like, basically no one who is serious about climate change really takes them that seriously. They might still enact policies that treat it as such, but, like, humanity's probably not going to go extinct as a direct result of climate change. However, what's scary is that there might be wars fought as a result of climate change. Like, for example, recently, Madagascar has been having some trouble because they've been experiencing a famine related to droughts they've been experiencing in the region. At least, I think it was Madagascar. I could be misremembering. And because of that, you know, they're a lot more desperate for resources and shit. They're a lot more desperate for food, right? So think about what happens when more areas around the world become like that. You know, what happens when more and more parts of the world just, like, start struggling to even have sustainable farms because of droughts or other conditions? They're gonna have to either find those resources somewhere else, steal those resources, which may involve stealing them by force, also known as conquering, waging war, or moving somewhere else, which will cause a refugee crisis. And given how the world handled the Syrian refugee crisis, I'm quite worried and concerned about how the world is going to handle a climate refugee crisis. Because, like, in my mind, refugees are refugees, right? They're not the same as immigrants. These are people seeking asylum, they're seeking help, because if they stay where they are, they're probably gonna die. Right? That's what a refugee is. These aren't people coming to steal your jobs. These aren't people trying to take advantage of you or your family or other people in your country. These are people fleeing danger. And in my mind, they are deserving of your help. And when I say your, I mean your country's help. Not necessarily you directly, because you might not have the resources to actually help someone in dire need. Because you might be struggling with your own bills to pay and shit, right? But I do think it's, like, you know, the US government, for example, absolutely has a responsibility and an obligation to help refugees. Now, that doesn't mean you don't do any vetting process or anything. Like, you might need to verify that they are indeed refugees and not people like that. That's like fine. It's not the best approach if you ask me, but like I can understand that there are concerns about security in this country and stuff. That is something that people are obsessed with in this country. But also in this country, there's just been this strong history of like vehement opposition to immigrants and refugees. Basically, I mean, it's practically xenophobia because so many people are just like like they just don't want people from other places coming here, and I think that's stupid. First of all, because like, what do you think? How do you think America ended up the way it is through immigrants? But like, second of all, like these are look, let me just boil it down. These are like when talking about refugees, these are people, these are humans. And hell, even when talking about immigrants, these are just humans who are trying to come to find a better life, right? So who are you to say that they don't deserve to be in the same place that you are, right? Here, go ahead and get me whatever. See, this was also a case of, yeah, okay. So when a climate crisis happens, and it will happen, and it's, well, it not only will happen, it is happening. There will be climate refugees, and they might be here way sooner than you think. Like, potentially even this year, we might start experiencing climate refugees. I'm not super confident about that specifically, but you know, to also take for example, rising sea levels means that island nations are going to have a harder time, and some islands are literally going to disappear. Like they're going to be underneath the ocean. That is like definitionally uninhabitable. Oh yeah, we should get catapults. I can't believe I haven't thought of that yet. Or done that yet, I should say. Oh, let's also get knights. Except I can't get a second one yet, so I should go through the portal on this side, because we probably have money waiting over there. Let me get a couple of vagrants over here. There we go. And so, you know, when island nations and other Pacific Islanders, for example, start experiencing their homes literally eroding away, yeah, they're gonna need to move, and they're gonna be looking for other places to go to, or that be the U.S., China, Mexico, Japan, Australia, Philippines. Actually, Philippines could end up being. Well, Philippines probably won't completely disappear, but it might lose a fair amount of its coastline. Because yeah, and that's gonna affect us here in the U.S. too. Like think about the Eastern Seaboard in particular. Like kind of like thinking about climate change scares the shit out of me. The way the Eastern Seaboard is designed. Like I live in the western half of the U.S., so like these effects of climate change are not really gonna affect me a whole lot. At least not directly. They will have some effects, like, you know, I live in the southwest U.S. Droughts might get worse here, and if we don't get significant rainfall soon, we will be in a pretty serious drought, and that's something that's affected by climate change. So when with the idea of like there being wars fought over water, it's not too unreasonable to me. And then coming back to the Eastern Seaboard, a lot of those, like you think about like New York and like Boston, Washington D.C., those are all coastal cities. Now they're not all like at sea level necessarily, like, but like as sea levels rise, one, you do flatly just like lose coastline. But like any kind of flood or hurricane that comes by, and that's part of the country does get hurricanes. They do get serious floods. That's gonna only get worse. And not just a little bit worse. Like it might seem like a little bit, it might be a little bit at a time, like each flood is just a little bit worse than the previous one or something like that. But like if you look at like bigger time scales, you will see how much worse it will get. Unless serious action is made to counteract that. So that's why I get so frustrated when there's like climate change deniers in serious positions of power, because we can't be slow about this. Like hell, like our current president Joe Biden nominally believes in climate change. He's not a climate change denier, but he's doing like the most bare bones stuff in relation to climate change. Like he's not like adopting, like, for example, a Green New Deal that would actually have an infrastructure plan that would seriously address climate change, as well as just our infrastructure problems in general. Why am I over on this side? I don't need to be on this side. I need to be ready for the pushing the left. And so, while I prefer that we have someone who at least agrees that climate change is a thing to someone who says it's not a thing in charge, I very much don't like how not apathetic. Well, maybe apathetic's the right term, but it's like he's not going to take serious action on climate change. And we need, not just on a national level, but on a global level, we need leaders all around the world who are willing to take this shit seriously. And like we need like climate change should be like the UN should be like gathering frequently to talk about climate change all the fucking time. Like all the time. And making serious plans, international plans on like how are we going to deal with this stuff? Like how are we going to make sure that people have food? How do we make sure that farms have water? How do we make sure that we could help out climate refugees? Because we're going to have those. These are things that will happen. These are things that are happening. How do we make sure that we can shift away from fossil fuels so that we can at least reduce the damage that we're doing to the like ozone layer and shit like that? Can we shift to, what kind of things can we do to shift our global power system to be much more based on like things like solar, wind, geothermal, hydroelectric power, and nuclear power for that matter, particularly thorium reactors, because if you use thorium instead of uranium, I think it's a substitute for uranium, you can't make a weapon out of it. So like if you're worried about like nuclear war as a result of like, well, first of all, if you're worried about nuclear war, too late. But if you're worried about like, having like let's say like if you're worried about a country like Iran, for example, building nuclear power plants because if they're using like uranium for that, they can make nukes out of that. Well, what if they were making it out of thorium? You can't make a weapon out of that, but you could still produce very efficient power plants that are pretty safe actually, and do not produce all that much pollution really. Despite propaganda to the contrary, because there's been a lot of anti-nuclear power propaganda over the decades. But a lot of people will say like, well, what about Chernobyl? What about Fukushima? And it's like, okay, let me put it this way: the fact that you know about those accidents tells you how rare those critical failures are. Because like, let me make a comparison to like travel accidents. How many car accidents do you hear about on the national news or global news or whatever? Like how many car accidents do you really hear about on the news and like commit to memory? And then think about comparing that to how many airplane crashes you know about. You could probably remember distinctly a lot more about plane crashes than you can about car crashes, because one, yeah, plane crashes do tend to be a lot more totally devastating than like a car crash, in a similar way that like a nuclear reactor failure is a little bit more devastating than like a solar panel collapsing or wind turbine exploding. I'm just gonna drop a lot of coins here. Oh, why did that guy get? Whatever. But also, there's just less plane crashes that happen. If plane crashes happened in the similar frequency, or even like half the frequency, why did I hire that guy? That guy's totally screwed. Or even like a similar frequency to car crashes, we would not fly anywhere. We would not trust planes at all. But planes, as I tell myself anytime I've ever been on a plane, because I do get scared of like flying. It makes me very unsettled. I don't like not being on ground. That is a personal fear I have. But the thing I tell myself to like make myself not completely panic while I'm on the plane is to basically just like repeat the mantra like, planes are statistically the safest form of travel. Planes are statistically the safest form of travel. Flying is statistically the safest form of travel. Like, monkey brain me might not get that, because it's like monkey brain me is like, my feet are not really connected to the ground. That's wrong, and it scares me. It makes me very scared. And the fact that I'm aware that plane crashes are like incredibly deadly, usually resulting in total fatalities. But like, it's statistically the safest. You're basically betting, especially as technology improves, it becomes safer and safer to bet on plane travel being very safe. Similar thing is the case with nuclear power, where you're actually going to be pretty safe betting that a nuclear reactor will not explode. Because even in the cases of Chernobyl and Fukushima, upon investigation, there were found to be errors in the design and like structural integrity of the reactors, and not as a result of like the earthquake, for example, but like before, like the earthquake is what caused that. at least in the case of Fukushima. Now, it's fine if you're still concerned about that. That's totally valid. You should have some level of concern about safety. You absolutely should. But there's a difference between having a concern about the safety of reactors versus saying we should have no nuclear power. There's a massive difference, right? If you want if you want to regulate the shit out of how nuclear reactors are built, good. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to save them. Because yeah, you want those things to be built as safely as possible. In fact, I think you should be have regulations in place that basically say dictate that you build these nuclear reactors to basically never fail, even if you come back in a century. But also have regular, maintenance checks and updates and stuff like that to make sure that it stays structurally sound, right? Because you don't want to be stupid about this. Just because I'm advocating nuclear power doesn't mean I want us to be stupid about our design. Obviously, if we're lazy and stupid about our reactor designs, we're going to cause more damage than we want to, right? That's bad. But here's a secret, an unspoken fact about nuclear power when compared to other green energies. It's actually way less pollutant. Solar panels and wind turbines are not as clean for the environment as you think. They are way the fuck cleaner than fossil fuels. Nothing is worse than fossil fuels. Nothing. Like oil, coal, and other fossil fuels, those are way worse than anything else. So at the very least, your goal should be to cut those off entirely. And I do mean entirely. Not a lot. Not just reduce it by 50% or something. No, I mean 100% removal of fossil fuels, no dependency on it, 0% of your power comes from that. That should be your goal, at the very least. So even if you say no to nuclear power, at least make sure you are twice as adamant about no fossil fuels. Because here's the ever secret fact about a lot of the propaganda against nuclear power. A lot of it's been funded by the fossil fuel industry. The fossil fuel industry benefits a lot from nuclear power not being as popular as it should be. And they know it. They absolutely know it. But I do think minds are slowly being changed on that. I think people are starting to come to realize that, maybe nuclear power really isn't this, dangerous thing like it was in the case of, Fukushima and Chernobyl and stuff. And we should use those accidents as, learning opportunities, and, these are examples of what to avoid and stuff like that, Okay, so that's the portal. Alright. So we're probably not going to make use of these farms then. And I want the grass to grow beyond this wall, because it's going to suck if I don't have any grass over here. Oh shit. Okay, I'm just going to take this portal. Uh-oh. Did I lose the crown over there? Oh shit. Oops. I should have left the portal earlier. I was trying to find a better location and I just didn't. Well, that's awkward. I was on track to win too. Well, let that be a lesson in not being too picky about where to take your portal. Huh. Well, I guess we'll. Feels weird to end on that awkward note. That's where we're gonna end it. Huh. Well, if you came by the stream, I hope you enjoyed it. If you're watching the VOD later, I hope you also enjoy this. Thank you for sticking around. If you are watching this on in the VOD, wherever you are in life, I hope things start to improve for you. And I'm very glad that you watched. Very thankful. There's going to be changes coming up to the channel here in terms of content and stuff, and I'm talked a little bit about this on this stream. We're going to be doing Together Tuesdays with ResDog. That'll be starting this upcoming Tuesday. What we will be doing and what time it will be, I do not know. So if you want to know, check my Twitter, check his Twitter. In the coming days, we will announce it. Yeah, I'll be continuing Wind Waker on Monday, and then we'll be doing Together Tuesdays on Tuesday. What I do on Thursday, I'm not so sure, but I'm thinking I'll continue Dawn of War next Friday, so a week from today. So I'll figure it out from then. I'll try to check my Twitter for updates on this stuff. I'll try to, and once I get a solid idea, I'll be going into my Twitch channel and changing the actual schedule here, so that way you can check the schedule here and know what's going on. But yeah, yeah. In the meantime, take care of yourselves, and know that you are well appreciated and loved. So I'll see you guys next time. Take care.